Welcome, all my fellow Washington brethren and sister. I am your man and resident Washington football team fan, Lou. Thank you for joining me here on the Washington Football Report Live. Last day before the Washington football team hits the field, and I can't tell you, these eyes are clamoring for some Burgundy and Gold action. Just to see the fellas run out onto the field in those jerseys is going to make my day. And knowing that this is the last day that we will be without that is something that I cannot begin to describe to you guys. So I am beyond excited. And I get it. It's a preseason game. It doesn't mean anything and all of that good jazz. I still cannot wait. And we've talked about this already. You know, this offseason has filled us with a lot of something that we haven't had in quite some time, and that is hope. It is a four-letter word that can become very, very dangerous if put in the wrong hands. We think we're in good hands, however, with Ron Rivera, as we've talked about Ron's plan. And we're going to get Act 2 of Ron's plan. Tomorrow night kicks off his second season as Washington football team head coach. Yeah, again, it's the preseason, but these are the steps that you take now to get us prepared for September 12th, when we will be at home taking on the Los Angeles Chargers. And I've talked about the schedule. We're going to do the schedule thing a little bit later on in the summer when we get closer to the season, and we're going to go through that thing with a fine-tooth comb. But I've talked about the importance of getting off to a fast start. Well, it's these preseason games that are going to prepare us, and those 2 weeks in between that final preseason game leading up to the first game of the regular season, that's going to put us in a position to then go out and get off to that fast start that we talked about. Got to find a way to get the Chargers at the crib, and then the very next week, 4 days later, we've got the New York Football Giants at the crib, a team that has beaten us 4 or 5 times in a row. I've lost count. They've beat us so many times in a row. Daniel Jones is undefeated against us. We have to get off to a fast start, and that starts tomorrow night at New England. Again, don't have to win the games. You want to win the games, but it's important to go out there, stay healthy above all else. And I'm going to ask you guys, I'm going to pose a question to you guys right now. You guys can go ahead and kind of get your mind wrapped around this and decide if you want to answer this or not, whether you want to super chat or you want to leave it in the comment section for everybody else to answer, whatever the case may be. But what are 3 things that you're looking for in this game? Okay. What are the 3 biggest takeaways you're looking for as we go into this New England Patriots preseason opener with Washington tomorrow? I've got 3. I'm going to give them to you at some point in this show, and I want you to give me yours. What are some of the things you're looking for? Any surprises with the depth chart? You know, we haven't met since the depth chart has been released. I've done videos since it's been released, but we haven't formally come together as a fam to discuss the depth chart. Any surprises there? Anything that you're really disappointed in? Talk to me about the depth chart as well tonight, and get all of those things going. I do want to first give a shout out, because I said I'm going to start doing this on a regular basis, to the first person in the comment section to leave a comment. That person tonight is Joseph's Journey. So big shout out to Joseph's Journey for being the first in the comment section of the stream tonight. Joseph's Journey, thank you so much for your participation, and thank you for your support. Joseph's Journey, big ups to my guy, Double J, Joseph's Journey. And one more note, and I will mention this a few more times throughout the stream, because I know some people are going to get here a lot later that are going to be interested in this. I talked about doing the giveaway drawing tonight. Y'all know your man Louie T is untech savvy, okay? When God was passing out tech savviness, he skipped over the kid. So I got this software that I'm working with to do the giveaway that I want to be able to show you guys live on the air. Well, I was playing around with it. I still really don't know what the hell I'm doing. So I want to kind of master that. I'm going to take tomorrow to master it. So tomorrow night, we're going to push it back just one day. Tomorrow night, we're going to be live again, because, we're going to watch the game. And then after the game is over, I'm in the preseason mode too. So I'm getting ready and revving up for the regular season. So you know how we do it. After every game, you get Washington football overtime. Golly. Washington football overtime. So we're going to do that for the preseason as well. So you're going to get Washington football overtime after the game is over, and we'll break down the game in its entirety, talk about some of the things we liked, some of the things we didn't like, and talk about some of the biggest takeaways from the game, and then we'll get ourselves prepared for the second preseason game, which will be next Friday, and I will also do the giveaway on Washington football overtime tomorrow night. So that will give some of you guys an opportunity that if you're interested to get into this giveaway as well. Follow the directions. You leave that comment under that video, that the comment, and that's the first unofficial depth chart video. Leave your comment there with the requisite information that is necessary, and you will be in the drawing and have an opportunity to win the 2 free tickets to the preseason game. Number 2, home opener for the preseason against the Cincinnati Bengals on Friday, the 20th of August. So with that said, let's get to the proceedings this evening. Again, if you're out there and you just got here, welcome. Thank you for joining me. What are the 3 biggest takeaways you're going to be looking for? The 3 biggest things you go into this first preseason game looking for. And don't be afraid, because I'm going to tell you right now, spoiler alert, I'm going to give you one of mine. Don't be afraid to throw out the old standard bland, stay healthy, because look, we talk about turnovers every game, and I know I'm a broken record on this. Well, you got to win the turnover battle, but that shit matters, right? That's why we bring it up. That's why it's one of those old adages. That's why people say it all the time. Got to win the turnover battle. Well, those win games, those lose games, okay? You could out rush a team, you could out yardage a team, you could kill them in time of possession, but if you lose the turnover battle 4-1, you're probably going to still lose the damn game, okay? We watched the Tampa Bay Buccaneers a few years ago do that to us. They had 500 and some odd yards of total offense. They dominated the game. Ryan Fitzpatrick took them up and down the field, but they turned it over like 3 times in that game. They missed some field goals, and we ended up beating them like 16-3 or something like that, okay? Turnovers matter. So same thing with, the preseason and injuries. That shit matters. It's the most important thing. Just like the turnover battle, a lot of times it's the most important thing. Staying healthy is really all that matters. We can sit here and talk about wanting to see the offense look crisp, and you want to see the defense be in rhythm and all of this good stuff. Health is the most important. So don't be afraid to throw that old, don't want to see anybody get hurt, want to come out of this thing healthy. Don't be afraid to throw that in there because it's status quo. That's some real shit. So I just wanted to throw that out there too. It's not something that doesn't need to be said. No, say it, because it needs to actually happen and needs to be said. So anyhow, we're going to get the night kicked off with Joseph's journey. And Joseph's journey, you were the one to be the first to comment, gave you a shout out already. And look at you, you're the first to super chat as well. So Joseph's journey, thank you for getting the night kicked off in more ways than one. Greatly appreciate you. Joseph's journey writes, is it just me or is Cam Sims better in night games? It may just be you. I know what you're saying. He was spectacular against the Pittsburgh Steelers. It was a night game. I don't know if he did anything against the Eagles in week 17. I don't recall him having a massive impact in that game. He was good against Tampa Bay, but he did have a massive drop at the very beginning. The very first play from scrimmage offensively for Washington was a deep shot over the middle of the field by Heineke, and Sims just flat out dropped it. So I don't necessarily subscribe to that. He's had some big plays and some big catches during the day. His first big catch, I think the one that really was the start of his breakout, was that first Giants game in the Meadowlands, where he gets the touchdown grab late to give us a chance to tie the game up. or excuse me, tie the game up. We ultimately decided to go for 2 and go for the win. So that was a big play during the day. He had a nice game against the Detroit Lions in Detroit. That was during the day. I mean, there may be some validity to that. I just feel like he's really consistent. Day, night doesn't really matter. He's just been a really solid guy. We're going to see if that has any bearing or impact on his performance. I don't really know if there's any credence to that or not. I don't think there is, but we all remember the Steelers game. That's for damn sure. And he was spectacular. We do not win that game without Cam Sims and his performance in that game. I think that was the one for a lot of Washington fans that really put him on the map, was that Steelers win where I don't think we're even in the ball game, let alone win it, because he makes that big catch, that one-handed grab down the right sideline. But even before then, way before then, when we were on life support and we were struggling to even stay in the game, he has that big wide receiver screen catch and run that gave us life. So Cam Sims was outstanding in that football game. So I kind of get where you're coming from, but at the same time, I don't think that he was really bad in day games or there was a significant difference. But thank you for the super chat, Joseph's Journey. Got another super chat. This one is from Donald Gray. Thank you for the super chat, Donald Gray. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Donald Gray writes, greetings from Mississippi via Virginia Beach. Ron's plan. Greetings, Donald. And it's Ron's plan. Ron's plan for sure. And I'm anxious to see what Act 2 looks like. We want an encore. And you know what? We not only want an encore, we wanted an even better one. And I think we've got the talent to not only put together an encore, but put together a stronger encore and a stronger performance than last year's. Surprise. We won the division at 7-9. Nobody's going to be surprised this year. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what Ron and his staff are able to do with the amount of talent that they've added to this roster, because depth-wise, I think this is the most depth we've had in Washington probably since I think you got to go back to Gibbs Act 1. Depth-wise, I don't think we had this kind of depth in 12 or 15 or any of those seasons where we had success. We're a really deep team right now. You probably got to go all the way back to like 05. I don't even think the 07 run with Sean Taylor's death was a deep team necessarily. They just got hot at the right time. I think the 05 team was deep. A lot of talent on that team. That team had a legitimate shot if they could have found a way to win. If Carlos Rogers, and most Washington fans will never let that go. If Carlos Rogers catches that interception that was thrown to him, and we take a 10-0 lead, I think we win that football game. But that's nor here nor there. You win against Seattle in that game. They went to the Super Bowl that year. I don't see why we couldn't have found a way to go to the Super Bowl that year. So 05 to me might have been the most depth we've had in the last 20 years, and this team rivals that. So, and it's similar if you think about the two teams. It's very similar in terms of the talent that these two teams have. The 05 team and this 2021 team. That team had a veteran quarterback in Mark Brunell. This team has a veteran quarterback. And Brunell was up there in age at that point of his career, and veteran quarterback in Ryan Fitzpatrick. You got a young running back in Clinton Portis back in 05. He was a little bit more seasoned, obviously, because he spent his first 2 years in Denver and then got traded to Washington. And he already had been in Washington for a year. I think he was with us in 04, if I'm not mistaken. That was Gibbs's first year, was 04, and he traded for Clinton. And Clinton's first game, he came and ripped off the 70-yard run or whatever in that game. I want to say it was against Tampa. So Clinton was already in like year 4, I think, by the time he got here. But still, young Antonio Gibson here in Washington. That 05 team had Santana Moss. This 2021 team has Terry McLaurin. So I think there are a lot of similarities. I think we're a lot deeper at receiver than that team was in 05. We stunk at receiver a little bit. There was Taylor Jacobs and I think David Patton was on that team. My God, we were horrible on the offensive side of the football at the receiver position in particular. But that team had Chris Cooley at tight end. This team has Logan Thomas. So I think there are some similarities. Anyway, I digress. I don't want to talk your head off going down memory lane. I can do that real quick. So in any event, I got all of that out of Donald saying greetings from Mississippi via Virginia Beach. So all he had to say was Ron's plan, and here I go talking about 2005. So thank you for the super chat, Donald, and greetings to you. Glad that you could join us tonight, man. Always good to have you, Donald. Got a super chat here from Tony P. 56. Thank you for the super chat, Tony P. 56. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Tony P. 56 writes, "What up, Lou? What up, Tony P? I finally ordered my Ron's Plan t-shirt. First of all, thank you for that, and you won't regret it, okay? I haven't had a complaint yet. Everyone's enjoyed the merch, and I think you will as well. Hopefully you get it here shortly in time enough for you to rock it. Come maybe the second or third preseason game. They've been shipping out a lot quicker here lately, so hopefully you'll have it in time for you to rock it wherever you feel it is necessary." He says, 1, if Landon Collins lives up to the hype, 2, Heineke's play, and 3, play calling. So these are the 3 things he's looking for in the first preseason game. So let's knock these down one by one. If Landon Collins can live up to the hype. So he's been healthy. He's been flying around. They're excited about Landon Collins. I'm excited about Landon Collins being back. A lot of people wanted Landon Collins out of there. They wanted to make space for Cam Curl. I told you the two can coexist. You don't have to get rid of Landon Collins to make way for Cam Curl. The more, the merrier. They can be on the field at the same time. Right now, they're the 2 starting safeties. If you looked at the depth chart, Cam Curl is at free safety. Landon Collins is at strong safety. So they can coexist on the field at the same time. And they're going to move these guys around. Bobby McCain will be on the field at free safety, and Landon will remain at strong safety, and Curl will go to the Buffalo nickel. They'll move these guys around. They'll be interchangeable parts. So let's see how healthy Landon Collins is. Is he flying around? I want the Landon Collins that we got in 2019. I don't want the Landon Collins that tried to do too much in 2020 because he saw that the defense was struggling and needed a leader, and he just assumed the role of leader and decided he was going to make all these plays, and he was always out of position. I want the guy that was really accountable in 2019 and came on board and was like, yep, this guy's legit. And look, even saying that in 2020, Landon Collins still made plays. Had the interception early against Arizona, if you recall, that set us up. Dwayne fumbles like 3 plays later on a sack, forced fumble, and gives it right back to Arizona. But we were in prime position to jump on the Cardinals early in that ball game and really give us a chance on the road. Instead, we got drubbed and was down 20-0 at the half. So Collins made a big play in that game. He makes a huge play against the Cowboys. In the same game, he gets injured, where he forces the fumble that ultimately led to the safety. So Collins had his splash plays a season ago, but before the injury. But I want the steady Landon Collins, the guy that plays within the system and scheme, because we got talent now. In 19, we didn't have talent, as much talent, I should say. And so he felt, or 20, excuse me, last year, he felt the need to go out and make a whole bunch of plays, and that wasn't necessary. In 19, he kind of just wanted to fit in. You know, when you first get somewhere, you don't want to come in and do too much. You just want to fit in. I'm looking for that guy. And I think we'll get that guy. Maybe, and then some. Maybe we'll get the playmaker that made the Pro Bowl back with the Giants. We'll see. Heineke's play, that is something to look forward to. You know, see if Taylor Heineke, 1, can not only play but stay healthy, and 2, can he be consistent? Can he, you know, really put a stranglehold on that number 2 position? I mean, it's really not a competition at this point. Kyle Allen's been injured, but, you know, at the same time, I keep telling everyone that Ron really likes Kyle Allen. That's his guy. So, you know, Heineke is a guy that I don't want to rule out as being the future of this franchise at the quarterback position. I don't think it is Taylor Heinicke. I think what ultimately becomes of his career is that he is a backup and a damn good one. But who's to say that he isn't, the face of the franchise moving forward? Like, this isn't another year of him understanding the offense and getting himself into a better position to be the guy. And then next year he gets an opportunity that he doesn't relinquish. Who's to say that doesn't take place? These games are going to be important for Taylor Heinicke's development. He needs to play well and gain more confidence, because at some point, I think a lot of us feel like at some point this year, he's going to have to come into the game and play for one reason or another. So you'd like to see him play well. So that is something that I think is noteworthy. And number 3, play calling. I think of your 3, that is the one that probably shouldn't be on your list. And I can't tell you what your list should or shouldn't be. But remember, the preseason is all about execution, less about play calling, because it's vanilla. They're not going to show the Chargers or any other team, for that matter, anything that is of substance in the preseason. Everything's vanilla. You know that. You're looking to run your core stuff and run it well. Okay, you're not looking to go out here and run double reverses and do this and do that. You're looking to run standard plays that everyone runs around the league, and you're looking to execute the hell out of them. That's what you're looking to do. Put stress on the defense. If you're running a run play, you want guys to block it up, and you want your running back to hit it properly. These are the things you're looking for, so that when you go back and assess the film, you can say, hey, we blocked this play to get 5 and you got 6. That's exactly what we need out of you. That's what they're looking for. Not so much looking to be creative with design and things of that nature. You save that for the regular season. So I don't necessarily think play calling is something you should be getting up in arms about in August. But execution is more along the lines of what you should be looking to assess. But again, it's your list, not mine. So thank you for the super chat, Tony P. 56. Condoleezza Perry, Condo P. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you, Condo P, who writes, my 3 things. 1, no injuries. Amen. Amen to that, sis. She says, knock on wood. I got a little bit of wood right here. We'll go ahead and knock on that. 2, says, offense getting off to a good start. Another good one. You want to see this offense get into a rhythm. It may happen. It may not happen. Ron talked about that exact same thing, wanting to see this offense get off to a good start, not go 3 and out. And I talked about it. The longer it takes them to get in rhythm and in sync, the longer they're going to be out there. If they have one really good drive that's 10 plays and they cap it off with a touchdown, that could be it for them. They go out, go 3 and out. They get back on the field, they go 3 and out again, they're probably going to be back out there again. So 3, special teams, Hopkins and Cheeseman doing their jobs. That's important too, especially Cam Cheeseman, because he's a brand new piece to this special teams unit. In order for the special teams to function properly, he is really the key cog, because without a clean snap, nothing transpires. Okay? Can't punt the football without a clean snap. Can't make a field goal without a clean snap. So this is something that we didn't have to worry about for years with Nick Sundberg. Okay? This wasn't even a conversation that we were having. But when you got a young guy and he's had some hiccups in camp, it's something worth noting. So I've talked about a bounce back season for D-Hop. It starts tomorrow night. We want to see consistency from D-Hop. We want to see him splitting the uprights. We want to see him get comfortable and get into a rhythm. And we want to be able to feel confident that if we got a 53-yard field goal attempt coming, that D-Hop's going to bang it home and not feel like, oh, hell, here we go. And not be extremely nervous. So those are 3 good ones. Condo P, really do appreciate you. Got another super chat here from Landry Balbin. Thank you for the super chat, Landry. Greatly appreciate you. Landry Balbin writes, what wide receiver position do you think Curtis Samuel should play? I don't see him as a true outside receiver. I think Terry, Cam, and Diami can hold those down. Well, he's listed as a Z receiver right now, and they're going to move him around. Like, let's not get caught up on titles. Like, Terry is an X, but Terry's not going to be playing X on every single snap. Terry will see some reps in the slot. Terry will see some reps at the Z. Terry will move around, but he's primarily an X receiver. Same can be said for Diami. He'll primarily be an X, but he's going to have the ability to move around, get some slot reps, and get some reps at Z. So same thing with Curtis Samuel. Never, ever trust a man with two first names. He's right now listed as a Z. He's going to play at the Z, and they're going to move him around. He's going to be in the slot. He's going to be in the backfield. They're gonna do some things with Curtis Samuel when he does get healthy. So I wouldn't be too worried about what his technical position that he's listed as with this offense because of his versatility. They'll move him around. You'll see plenty of these guys because, remember, a lot of times we're in 3 wide receiver sets, sometimes even 4 wide receiver sets, with no running back on the field. It's not often that there is no running backs on the field. And, that's something that I'll be watching early in the season to see how they play around with these formations, because last year we didn't have a ton of receivers. So there was no reason to have 4 wide receiver sets or even an empty set with 5 wide and, Logan Thomas off the field, or even Logan on the field with no running backs. There was always a tight end and always at least 1, not 2 backs on the field at all times last season. And that was really because those were our best players offensively. You took the running backs and Logan Thomas off the field. You were taking 3 of your best players off the field all at once. So there was never an instance last year where Logan Thomas and or the running backs were off the field. Generally speaking, it didn't matter if we emptied the set, if we had 2 backs in the backfield, didn't really matter. Logan Thomas was always on the field, and there was always at least 1 running back on the field, whether it be J.D. McKissick, Antonio Gibson, Peyton Barber, or 2 of the 3 of those guys were on the field. So it'll be interesting to see, now that we have this dearth of wide receiver weapons, do we get some 4 wide receiver sets with just a tight end on the field additionally, or 4 wide receivers and a running back, and Logan Thomas gets a blow? Because he didn't come off the field at all really last year, did Logan Thomas. Are there some formations where they get comfortable, spread it out, and they put 4 guys on the field? Because you could have a situation where Terry, Diami, and then Curtis Samuel and Adam Humphries in the slot. You got 4 receivers right there and 1 running back. That's a dangerous package right there to put that kind of talent on the field all at one time. Somebody's going to get open, So I'd be interested to see that, but we're not going to see that more likely than not in the preseason. That's not something I'm looking for in the preseason, but that's something I am curious about. Now we have more talent. I think a lot of what we saw formationally last year was out of necessity, lack of weapons. You got a choice. You can either take Dontrell Inman off the field or leave him on the field. You're going to take Dontrell Inman off the field and put another running back on the field. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not losing anything. Isaiah Wright's on the field, or you're going to stick another tight end on the field. Like, you're like, okay, what difference does it make? Stick another back on the field. So I think you could see some of that. But going back to your initial point of Curtis Samuel being an outside receiver, they're going to move him around. And remember, what my biggest gripe was before he even was here, when we were talking about free agency, was I wanted a true Z receiver. I wanted a true outside guy, someone opposite of Terry. That's why I wanted Corey Davis. They had Curtis Samuel pegged as their guy. Ron was familiar with him. So was Scott Turner. They know what he's capable of. They think he fits this offense perfectly and what they want out of one of their receivers. So they went and got him. I have no problems with that. None whatsoever. And so we'll see what happens. But that was my biggest gripe. But we're going to see if Curtis Samuel's continued growth and development as a receiver lands him outside and allows him to make plays as an outside receiver at times. We'll see if he's capable of doing that consistently or not. Excuse me. Because remember, a lot of times in Carolina, he was inside as a slot. They had their 2 big-time receivers on the outside, and DJ Moore and and Robbie Anderson. So he was inside doing his work a lot of times. So we'll see what happens. Thank you for the super chat, Landry Balvin. Thank you for the super chat, Tony P56. Thank you for doubling up. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, Tony P56. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, especially third down and red zone play calling. Now that I can get with, especially in the red zone. I think we struggled last year at times, not necessarily in the red zone, but with situational football. I thought there were times where Scott Turner allowed that to get away from him, where he got either too cute, or a lot of times it was just him getting too cute. When you got a hammer like Peyton Barber was last year, we get down to the 1 and he wants to try to throw it, or we get to the 3 and he's trying to throw it. Like, dude, run the football. And then we get in finally after he decides to run it. But you're not going to see a lot of this, but I would love to see us work on 2-point conversions. So, those plays are from the 2-yard line. Give me your best. Let me see some of your best stuff, at the 2-yard. Let's work on some stuff down there, because we were abysmal. We didn't convert a single 2-point conversion last year, and it cost us. It hurt us. It hurt us in the Giants game. That was an automatic loss because of it. It hurt us in the Seahawks game because instead of being down 2, and again, you trace it all the way back to Dustin Hopkins. If he makes the extra point, we're not in that predicament, but he didn't. Capable teams offensively in this league can convert 2-point conversions. We couldn't last year. So I do think that red zone play calling is something to look out for. And, third downs, I think what's important on third downs is what kind of third downs have you put yourself into? So what have you done on first and second down to make third down a very manageable third down situation? If it's 3rd and 12, I don't really know what you're looking for play calling wise. If it's 3rd and 7, you'd like to see them be able to convert that, but that's not really a manageable situation. You can pick up 7 yards, obviously. Same with 12, but it's not ideal. I would like to see them in 3rd and 4, 3rd and 3, 3rd and 1 type of situations. Yeah, you want to see them convert those. But if they get into a 3rd and 7, what do you got? Let's see what you got. How do we convert this? So, third downs are key because they keep drives alive. So we'll see what they decide to do in that regard. Thank you for the super chat, Tony P56. Got another super chat. This one is from Ishmael Benitez. My guy, Ishmael Benitez. Thank you for the super chat. Who writes, what up, Lou? What up, Ishmael? Says, you think we get a sneak peek at that Steven Montez, Taysom Hill role in a preseason game? That is if he makes the team, of course. He's not making a squad. There isn't enough roster spots for a guy like Steven Montez to make the team. He struggled in camp as a quarterback. I was really intrigued by the comment in the spring that he may be utilized in a Taysom Hill role because of his size, but he's not Taysom Hill. Taysom Hill is a freak athlete. Taysom Hill is 245 pounds of muscle. Taysom Hill ran a 4.4 3 or something like that, at his pro day. Taysom Hill is a supremely gifted athlete. That is not Steven Montez. Now, Steven Montez isn't a terrible athlete, but he's not Taysom Hill. And there aren't many guys that are, which is why Taysom Hill is so rare. He's like a unicorn in this league. So I don't think he would really flourish in that role like a Taysom Hill because he doesn't have the physical attributes. And Montez is a big dude. He's 6'6", but he's not 250 pounds, 245 like Taysom Hill is. He's lean. He's not big and rocked up like Taysom Hill is. He's not a physical battering ram. Like Taysom Hill is on all special teams. Taysom Hill is out there hitting dudes. Taysom Hill is blocking guys at the point of attack. Like he's blocking defensive ends and defensive tackles as a fullback and as a tight end. Like Steven Montez isn't built for that stuff. So in terms of seeing him in that kind of role, I think they've used him as like a dual threat quarterback where, he's running read option and things of that nature. And you may see some of that stuff when he gets into the game. But as far as him making the football team, I put that at 0% chance. He's not making this team at all whatsoever. And all he can pretty much do is just continue to try to get better. And he'll probably be on the practice squad, though. I think he'll be on the practice squad, but there's 0% chance he makes this football team. So we'll see what they do with him when he does get in a game, because he'll play. He'll play in the fourth quarter more likely than not. Maybe even get some snaps in the third quarter of this first preseason game. But as Kyle Allen gets back healthy, you'll see less and less of Steven Montez out there. You can be assured of that. So especially with it only being 3 preseason games, you might not see him at all in one of these games if Kyle Allen is healthy. So we'll see what happens when he does get in. Thank you for the super chat, Ishmael Benitez. Got a super chat here from Fat American. Thank you for the super chat, Fat American. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Fat American, writes, don't want another 2013 4-0 preseason, 3-13 regular season. We've had our fair share of those as well. We get all hyped up. Remember when the old ball coach showed up? We went over to Osaka, Japan, put up like 52 points on the 49ers. Everybody went goo goo gaga. Oh my God, we're playing, old SEC spread them out, running gun and fun football with Danny Werfel at quarterback and Shane Matthews and the Darnarian McCants and Chris Doering. Oh man, that was terrible. Yeah, I don't think we have to worry about that with Ron. Like, again, we saw last year what this team's mental makeup is all about. You can't go 3-13 with the mental makeup of a team like what we have. They showed us last year that even with a lack of true talent, they're going to fight tooth and nail, and they're going to be in ball games, even when they get down early. So when you have a team like that, it's going to be pretty tough to go, now it's 17 games, so 3-14, or 4-13. It's going to be pretty tough to lose that many games with the coaching staff and players with the mentality that this team has. And the thing you get teams that have veterans on them, that's veteran laden, and things go south early. That's how you end up 3-13. Or you get a team that's just not talented, and you could easily get down on yourself early in the season, and it could spiral out of control. We're neither one of those things. We're not an overly veteran team. As a matter of fact, we're the polar opposite. We're really young. These guys, they're fighting for jobs. They're fighting for their livelihood because, again, when you're young, you haven't been paid yet. A lot of these guys, Montez Sweat hasn't been paid real money. He's still on his rookie contract. A lot of these guys are still on their rookie deals. Cole Holcomb is playing for his livelihood. Like, these guys aren't going to quit. When you got a veteran, his pockets are fat. He's made some good money. He can pack it in. He's not fighting for his job security. He's good. He's made money. These guys out here are hungry. That's why you like young teams, because these dudes, they don't know any other speed but full speed ahead, 5th gear, because they out here fighting, trying to eat, survive. So we got a team full of young, hungry studs. I don't worry about 3-13, 4-13 anymore. That's the furthest thing from my mind, because, normally teams worry about that. Like Dallas right now, they're having issues with Dak Prescott. He's going to have a second MRI. Guess the shoulder isn't responding the way that they wanted it to. And so they're a 4-13 candidate if he can't play. If Ryan Fitzpatrick can't play, Taylor Heineke steps in. Do you think we're going to go 4-13? Because I don't. If Kyle Allen has to play, do you think we're going 4-13? Because I don't. We're not in that position as some of these teams out here where if they got to go to their backup, they are screwed, which is why I hearken back to one of my comments earlier. This is the most depth we've had in ages, okay? If Mark Brunell had gone down like he did, or when they had to go away from Jason Campbell, you had Todd Collins to lean on, We had depth in those days. we have depth now. So, and now in 05, I think it was P-Ram. I was a Patrick Ramsey fan. I thought we destroyed, Steve Spurrier destroyed him with that fun and gun offense, no protection from running backs. And he thought he was in the SEC still at Florida, and they blitzed us to death, and P-Ram started seeing ghosts. Poor guy. But I liked P-Ram. So at the end of the day, I look at this team, and I don't see any way we could go 3-13. So we'll see what happens. But I'm not worried about that. Thank you for the super chat, Fat American. Got another super chat. This one is from Trevor Patch. Thank you for the super chat, Trevor Patch. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Trevor Patch, writes, in case you missed it, I've got to watch this on playback, but making sure I get the like and share out before I forget. Get that merch. Hashtag Ron's Plan. Thank you for the plug, Trevor Patch. As always, you're usually good for one of those every live stream, so I really do appreciate you. Y'all heard the man. If you haven't already done so, please deposit a like. If you haven't subbed up, I had a guy leave a comment in the comment section of one of my videos just the other day. He said, man, I've been watching your videos all off season, and I still haven't hit the like button. I had to rectify that. I'm like, man, I really do appreciate that, you know? So if you haven't hit the sub button, go ahead and do that. And if you haven't hit the notification bell, you probably want to do that. Things are about to ratchet up here. You know, the content is already coming out fast and furious as is. But, you know, once the season gets underway, it's Washington Nightly News. You've got these shows that are going to be coming at you in rapid fire fashion. So make sure you turn on that notification bell, hit the like button, doesn't cost you anything. And also, you know, make sure you get that merch. As my guy Trevor Pat said, Ron's Plans t-shirts are available again. So go ahead and check that out. All the links are down in the description of this and every single video that I do. So check that out. Also, you get your Mob Squad merch. All of that stuff is available. Go ahead and shop it now. So thank you for that super chat, Trevor Patch. Really do appreciate you. Got a super chat here from Matib Khan. Thank you for the super chat, Matib Khan. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for that super chat. Got another super chat. This one is from my guy, IB. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Ishmael Benitez, my guy, IB, writes, looking forward to seeing how Jack Del Rio sets up our guys. Really looking forward to seeing how Jamin Davis looks in our D. So, spoiler alert, I'm going to be watching specifically players more so than units, because I don't want to get too caught up in, oh, the first team defense looks awesome, second team defense looks terrible, or the first team offense looks terrible, because we're not going to see a true representation of what's to come. Like, Curtis Samuel is a massive part of our offense. I think we would all agree about that. He's not playing in this game, obviously. I don't know if William Jackson III is playing in tomorrow night's game or not. I think, well, that remains to be seen. I know he practiced on Tuesday, but that doesn't mean he's going to play. You know, if anybody has a slight tweak, anything of note, they're not playing in this game, and rightfully so. So we may not get the true feel of the defense and what it looks like as a whole unit. We may not get the real feel for the offense. That said, I'm looking at players specifically. So I've given you my number one already. Above all else, the most important thing is stay healthy. We could lose this game 34-0. I don't give a shit. As long as we come out healthy, I'm perfectly fine with it. Okay? My second takeaway or thing that I'm going to be looking for in this game is exactly that, IB. I'm looking at Jamin Davis in particular. We've heard mixed reviews about Jamin Davis. You've heard that he's looked really sharp. He's smart. He gets it. We've also heard that, you know, still feeling things out, still trying to kind of get his wits about himself and still, you know, adjust to the speed of the NFL game and you know, adjust to being the guy in the middle of the defense, the signal caller. setting everybody up, getting the plays spit out, all of that good jazz. I want to see what he looks like. I'm going to be watching Jamin Davis, number 52, all right, on your stat sheet, and number 1 in your hearts. Jamin Davis is one of the guys I am going to be fixated on when the defense is on the field. So that's my number 2. So spoiler alert, number 2 for me is I am looking at first-round pick Jamin Davis. And you could go Jamin Davis / Samuel Cosmi, because on the offensive side of the football, I am going to be focused, and rarely do I focus on offensive linemen. I'll be focused on big Sam Cosmi, number 76. I will be focused on 76 on offense. When the first team offense is out there, I will be focused on 52 when the first team defense is out there. So I'll be watching the entire game. Don't get me wrong. And, depending on how things go, I may even do a film breakdown. For those of you on Patreon, you may be getting some preseason breakdown, film footage, just depending on how things go and how many snaps we see. But you may get a little something from the kid on Patreon. And so be on the lookout for that potentially. But in any event, that's going to be my number 2. So I'm right there with you, IB. Looking forward to seeing how Jack Del Rio plays around with some of these new pieces that he has, primarily Jamin Davis, and what this defense looks like and what Davis looks like, more importantly, in this defense. New England's going to give them a multitude of looks, especially if Cam Newton's out there. You got to prepare for quarterback run. You got to prepare for a lot of different formations. They went out and signed 2 tight ends. Now, Hunter Henry's not going to play. He's injured, but they're a tight end heavy team. So they may come out in a 3 tight end set. That was more likely when Hunter Henry was healthy, but they may come out in 2 tight end sets, 3 tight end sets. So you got to be ready for all of that stuff. I'm anxious to see how we deal with all the different formational looks that we'll get with this Patriots offense, because they're a different bunch. Cam Newton presents a different challenge than your normal standard NFL quarterback. So I'm right there with you, IB. Thank you for the super chat, Ishmael Benitez. Fat American, thank you for the super chat. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, Fat American. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Fat American, writes, in my opinion, can't compare this year's hype to the 2013 offseason hype. I always felt like the 2012 team was overhyped. That defense was atrocious. So remember, there were no expectations for this team in 2012. We were picked to finish last in the division, and we were on a crash course for last place before we got hot and ran the table to end the season. We went into the bye week, we were 3-6, and we were heading. Mike Shanahan even said going into the bye week, we're going to start assessing players for next year. Like, we weren't supposed to be good in 2012. So that team wasn't overhyped. I think what was overhyped was the momentum that we gained from 2012 heading into 2013. I think that's where a lot of us got sidetracked. Now, me specifically, I wasn't all that hyped for 2013 because of the injury to Robert Griffin III. That tempered. If he was healthy and we just lost to Seattle, if he was healthy, we would have beat Seattle. They couldn't stop us on offense when he was in the game. It's not until he got hurt where they started to make plays. Anyway, if he wasn't injured and we went into this next season with him healthy, I might have been bullish. But because he was coming off of injury and it was all in for week 1, I wasn't all that gung-ho about 2013. I was more gung-ho about 2016. That was the team that shit all over me. And it's not like they were terrible. We should have still made the playoffs. If Dustin Hopkins and Matt Jones, don't fumble the football and miss kicks and all of that good jazz, and Kirk doesn't vomit all over himself in week 17 versus the Giants. And that defense, you want to talk about an atrocious defense. That defense was ass-tastic. So with all those things jumbled together in 16, we still went 8-7-1 and should have made the postseason. But I was more gung-ho and bullish on that 2016 team than I was 2013. But anyway, I digress. I don't see either one of those teams comparing to this team. Okay, so let me say this. Of the last 4, and it's a shame that we can do this. That's how inept we've been as a franchise in an organization. Of the last 4 times we've made the postseason, for most teams, that's, in the last 8 years, they've made it to the postseason 4 times. For us, the last 4 postseason appearances, you got to go all the way back to 05. Okay. 05, 07, 12, and 15 of the last 4. Well, okay. We made it in 2020. So 07, 12, 15, and 20 are the 4 last postseason appearances, which is still abysmal. You go back 14 years, essentially, back to 2007 to get back to 4. If you go to 5, then you go to 2005. Of all of those teams, and I'll throw 05 in there as well, the 06 team, the 08 team, the 13 team, and the 16 team, of those 4 teams, 16 was the one. I think 05 was when Gibbs, he really came in and gave us a chance, and then he started to second guess himself because the offense wasn't good. Remember, we won, I think it's still a record to this day, we won a playoff game with the least amount of offensive yardage in NFL history at Tampa Bay. We were so inept that season offensively, and part of it was because Brunell was injured. I think he had done something to his neck or something. He could barely throw the damn football. And then we didn't have any receivers. I talked about the lack of receivers on that football team. That said, he panicked, did Joe, and he brought in Al Saunders. He switched everything up. And so that 06 team struggled because everything was brand new. The 07 team, remember, that was Joe's last year. So 08 was Jim Zorn. We started off the season like 5-2. But I wasn't excited. Remember, they almost hired Jim Fossil. We all went nuts. Dan Snyder panicked, and then he hired Jim Zorn, who was already hired to be the offensive coordinator. It was a disaster. So there was no excitement nor hype going into that year. 2013, I told you I wasn't excited because of the all-in for week 1. Griffin was coming off of an injury. And then 2016, that was the most excited that I was. And that was quickly. Like, I was on fire. On fire. And then the Pittsburgh Steelers came to FedEx and quickly dumped a nice ice-cold bucket of water on that damn fire and did a little twerk dance to boot. I think this is the best team coming off of a division crown or just a postseason appearance. I think this is the best team we've had in the last 5 postseason appearances. That next year's team, this is the best we've had. And this is the best position we've been in. Remember, there were rumblings and grumblings of Mike Shanahan and Robert Griffin III and Kyle Shanahan being at odds after the 2012 season. Robert reportedly came in and said, hey, here's a list of plays I'm no longer running. So there was already dissension starting to seep in. There was already a fracture there. In 2016, going into that season, we were already looking, as fans, we were already doing the Pierre versus Deshaun thing. All right, this is it. We got to find a way to re-sign these guys. And we ended up not signing either of those guys. And both of those guys wanted out. Okay? So, and we were already doing the Kirk thing too. Hey, we need to re-sign Kirk. And that thing turned into, so that was a disaster in 16. Same with 2013. 2008, Gibbs retired in 2008. So that was a brand new staff. So this is the first time that we've got this continuity boiling over. There's no dissension. There's no backstabbing. There's no craziness going on. And the team is even better. Unlike the last times that we've been to the postseason, 15 and 12 and 07, the team's actually better. We were terrible at the quarterback position last year. We've upgraded it. Whether you believe in Fitz or not, I'm not the biggest Fitz supporter. He's better than anything we tried it out on the field last year. Okay? So we're better at the quarterback position. We've upgraded tight end, even if not that significantly. We'll find out, but it's upgraded. We've added way more firepower to the wide receiver group. The offensive line, question mark. We don't know. We really, truly don't know. We'd like to think that we know, but we have no idea. But I've told you, they know who the starters are. The 5 that you're going to see out there, that's the group that they believe in the most. That's who they want to start. And I'll go across real quick. Left tackle, Charles Leno Jr. Left guard, Wes Schweitzer. Center, Chase Roullier. Right guard, Brandon Sheriff. Right tackle, Sam Cosmi. That's who they want to start. Sam Cosmi is still in a battle. He has to prove himself, but they drafted him to start, and I think he's going to start. There is no left guard battle, okay? Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Wes Schweitzer's been getting probably 90% of the first-team reps in camp to this point, and he has every reason to. He was outstanding for us last year. So we don't know about the offensive line. We don't know what Charles Leno Jr. is going to provide. We don't know what Samuel Cosmi is going to provide. I think the other 3 guys, they showed us last year what they're all about. We don't have to worry about the interior of this offensive line. It's more about the outside. They're brand new, 2 tackles. We'll see what they provide for us. This won't be the challenge, okay? Next week against Cincinnati will present a better challenge. The Patriots don't really have any true edge rushers. They did sign Matthew Judon, though, so let me walk that back. Matthew Judon can get after the quarterback a little bit. So we'll see what happens at the end of the day. This is the best team we've had coming off of a playoff appearance since 1999. Remember when we went to the playoffs with Brad Johnson, went to the second round, had Tampa Bay on the ropes, were up 13-0 after B. Mitch's kickoff return to start the second half, and we end up losing that game 14-13. That was another team that could have done some damage had they won that game, similar to the 05 team that if Carlos Rogers catches the pick, we might be in the NFC Championship game. But the next year, that's the 2000 team, with Deion Sanders, Mark Carrier, Bruce Smith, all of those guys that they went out and signed, Jeff George, all of those guys. And that team on paper was supposed to be better. I was excited. I'm not going to lie to you. I got swept up in the hype. All these big names, Bruce Smith and Deion Sanders and Mark Carrier and Jeff George. I got swept up in the hype. And it's this brand new, young, brash owner that's not afraid to spend. I got swept up. We didn't know Daniel Snyder was ass then. We didn't know he was the worst thing that was going to happen to us. He was young, he was exciting, and he was willing to spend. I was excited then. We all were. And we just made it to the playoffs the year before. So you're thinking, you just add these guys to what we were doing last year. Hell, we got a shot. So that's how I'm feeling right now. I feel like I don't know how this is going to turn out, but I feel really good right now. So it's a good place to be in. That's for sure. Thank you for the super chat, Fat American. See if we got any more super chats. And we do. Got one here from my guy, CPJ, Carlton Pagano Jackson. Thank you for the super chat, CPJ, as always. Holding it down, my guy, CPJ writes, "What's good, Lou? What's good, CPJ?" He says, "I got off work early just in time to catch the live tonight. Hope all is well with you and yours. Likewise." He says, "I'm expecting some nice things from Diami this year. What do you think?" I am as well, man. And it was refreshing to listen to him at his presser the other day talk about his level of comfort and kind of, trying to get acclimated to the game, but also trying to diversify what it is he brings to the table. Because, the knock on him coming out of UNC was, oh, he's just a deep threat. That's it. He's a guy that can go get the deep ball. And that's all we've talked about. But he's like, I remember him very vividly saying at his pro day, my job at my pro day, my one objective was to come out and show everybody that I'm not a one-trick pony, that I can do more than just run deep routes. So he made it a point of emphasis at his pro day to run a bunch of different types of routes because his route tree wasn't complex. I've talked about that. I talked about that on his breakdown. I've talked about that, when we drafted him, he didn't run a complex route tree at North Carolina. Wasn't a lot of deep digs and corner routes and, 12 back to 10 or 15 back to 12. Like he wasn't doing a lot of that stuff. It was pretty simple. Slants, stops, hitches, go ball, you know? So, and every now and again, you get a deep post. But it wasn't a lot of complexity to what he was doing. So he's learning the nuances of route running, getting the proper depth, when to sit down and zone coverage. And so he's like, yeah, I'm really getting comfortable. I feel like I'm getting a good grasp of everything, but don't get it twisted. I'll still take the top up and pop it on your ass real quick, fast, and in a hurry, you know. But he's been getting a lot of respect in practice because dudes know he fast. These players around the league aren't going to respect him right out of the gate. He's going to have to do what Terry did right out of the gate, like Terry did in 19 against the Eagles week 1. He's going to have to run by some dudes to put them on notice. That's how you get people to back up. That's how you get the easy completions. So I think Dyami's got a chance. And with the talent around him, he didn't have to come in. The worst thing, like I felt bad for AGG last year. I really did. We were so void of talent at receiver that we started looking at AGG. And I told y'all I was so worried about that. If you remember the conversation I had, which I was like, I hope that we don't put too much on AGG because of the lack of talent. Because without talent, you start to look for guys to produce a lot sooner than you would if you had guys that could give you something. You could let the young fella come along at a nice leisurely pace. But when you don't have anything and that guy that you drafted is at that position and you're starving for some production at that position, you start looking at that young guy and you start trying to expedite that process. Like, hey, yo, we need some shit. And I don't know if you're ready or not, but you got to come on, man. Put your jacket on. Let's go. We got to go. He's like, look, I didn't even finish brushing my hair. I didn't even brush my mouth yet. And we got to go. Put your jacket on. Let's go. And you could see that with AGG. His head was spinning when he was in the game last year. Dyami doesn't have to worry about that. We got targets for days. So he's an added benefit and luxury. You know, that's a beautiful thing for him. So I'm hoping that he's able to kind of go under the radar. Oh, you worried about Curtis Samuel? Oh, you worried about Terry? Here comes Dyami. Here comes number 2, chucking the deuce as he runs by you. That's what we're hoping. But, you know, we'll see. I got high hopes for Dyami, man. I think he's going to have a really good – he's going to be everything we thought Steven Sims was going to be for us. I think he's going to be that for us this year. I really do. And they're not the same player. They don't play necessarily the same position. Obviously, Steven Sims is more of a slot, and Dyami is an X. But we were looking for anywhere from 600 to 800 yards receiving from Steven Sims last year. And we were looking from anywhere from 5 to 7 touchdowns and some dynamic plays, you know, on the ground and things of that nature, just getting it into his hands and him being a dynamic playmaker. And we didn't get that from Steven Sims last year. I think we're going to get that from Dyami Brown. So, for whatever it's worth. Thank you for the super chat, CPJ. Mutib Khan, thank you for the super chat. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, Mutib Khan. Greatly appreciate you. Mutib writes, hey, Lou. What up, Mutib? Love your content a lot. Keep it up. I really do appreciate you. Hey, you know, I'm like Diddy, man. Can't stop, won't stop. All right? Can't stop, won't stop. Take that. It ain't, you know, that's what it is. So you don't have to worry about that. It's going to keep coming. Keep coming and keep coming. So I really do appreciate you. I ask that you do the same. Just keep coming back and checking on the kid and making sure that the content's here and you do your part. I definitely do mine. Deal? Deal. Thank you for the super chat, Mutib Khan. Got another one here from Martin Matthews. Thank you for the super chat, Martin Matthews. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Double M. Double M. Writes, hey, Louie, what up, Double M? I can't remember a time when I was this excited about the preseason. Me either. Me either. That's the crazy part. We're talking about a preseason game, and you hear the excitement in my voice. Like, this is ridiculous. I actually feel dumb for being this excited because I'm usually reserved about the preseason, and because I put everything in its proper perspective. So I usually don't get this wrapped up in preseason talk. Like, it's the preseason. I understand that. You know, these games don't count. Ron even said himself, he hates the preseason because they don't count. But I can't contain myself. I'm so excited because I told you that 4-letter word is dangerous. It is so dangerous if it's put in the wrong hands. And for years, we've put our hope in the wrong hands of coaches and front office personnel that have let us down over and over and over and over again. And so hope is dangerous because when you got it, you feel invincible. You think you can take on the world. When you don't have it, you're in this dark, deep despair, and you don't think you can get out of it. And for a very long time with this organization, there have been more years with despair and no hope than having hope. Hope is such a great thing. Every year this time, all 32 teams have hope. But there are teams out there that know, hey, we're going to stink. And you don't want to say that because everybody's record is the same right now. But there's some teams this year, like, you go into the season and you're like, more likely than not, we're going to be trash. The Texans, if you're a Texans fan right now, you're like, we're going to be ass this year. You know, there's only so much hope you can have knowing that Tyrod Taylor is going to be your quarterback. And he's probably only going to be your quarterback for 2 or 3 weeks before he gets injured. And then whoever the next guy is, you're hoping that that rookie they drafted from Stanford is any good, because if not, you got nothing, because Deshaun Watson wants out. And you know he's not playing for you anymore. You know you're going to stink. You know, and there's several teams around the league where they look up and they say, we're probably going to be garbage this year. You don't want to admit it, but it's the harsh reality. We have hope. We don't know what we're going to be, but we know one thing's for sure. We got a team that's going to play hard. Haven't been able to say that for a very long time. Okay, we know we've got a team that's going to be, determined. They're going to play hard, and they're going to give us a chance. And unlike past teams where we didn't have something that we could lean on, gotta give me something I can lean on. Unlike past years where I didn't feel like we had something we could lean on, we got a defense. If nothing else, if you strip us down to our bare essentials, I'm looking at the defense and saying, hey, fellas, give us a shot. When everybody around the league, and look, we may fall flat on our face defensively, but when everybody around the league is almost in unison saying, hey, yeah, y'all got the best defensive line, that's saying some shit, man. It's some real, ferocious defensive lines around the league, and everybody's like, yeah, but y'all got the best one. We got something we can hang our hat on. If nothing else, shit's going sideways, you can always say, AD, help a brother out, man. Give us a shot. Offense doesn't have their fastball right now. We need help. Now, again, that could change, and the offense could be carrying around this defense by the time we get to week 8. Who's to say? But at least going into the season, we feel like we got something we can lean on. He also says, I digress. No one cares. But do you think we see Sammis Reyes? Don't digress, because I care, even if nobody else does. And we know there are people out there that care about this preseason, that are hyped just like we are. I feel silly being this excited for the preseason, because normally I'm not. But I am, because I got the 4-letter word, man. We got the 4-letter word. We got hope, man. Woo-hoo-hoo. It's dangerous. It's dangerous, but man, does it feel good. And yes, we will see Sammis Reyes. He practiced, and barring a setback, I expect to see Sammis Reyes out there on the field, number 80, on the field. And this will be his first game action, live bullets flying around. Again, I told you, I'm going to be more concentrated on players than I am like the overall product. He's going to be one of those guys I'm going to be taking a hard, long look at, to see if he, in fact, does have some of these Jimmy Graham qualities everybody's talking about. He looks the part, but is he a natural athlete? Just because you play basketball doesn't mean you're a fluid athlete. A lot of people are saying he's not anywhere near as fluid as some of those basketball players that have made the transition seamlessly to tight end at the NFL level. So I want to see, I know he can run really fast in a straight line, but does he have the ability to break down? And I think that's what I've heard he struggled at to this point is, the nuanced route running. He just doesn't have that yet, which is understandable. That doesn't happen, overnight. That takes time, but what he's supposed to be able to do is to eat up grass, get on a safety quick and run by that guy and then go get the ball. I want to see him get an opportunity to do that. So I think we will see some Sammis Reyes. I think we'll see quite a bit of him, actually. They need to find out, is this a guy worth keeping on the 53-man roster? Ron has already talked about. We're nervous. I'm nervous about other teams seeing our stuff and wanting to poach it. We can't keep everybody. We know we're going to cut some good football players. That's when I talk about depth, that's the beauty of being in the position that we're in. For years, we were talking about the back end of our roster with guys that probably shouldn't even be in the league. If we cut them, they're gone. They're not going to be on another team. They'll be playing in the Canadian Football League. That's the kind of guys we were housing for years. Hell, when Ron got here, even last year, we were housing guys and you were like, Dontrell Inman, really? I mean, they cut Dontrell Inman like 3/4 of the way into the season. They were like, this dude isn't cutting it. He shouldn't have been on the roster. But we were so void of talent at receiver. We were trying out dudes in like week 8 and 9. Guys are getting reps. What's the fast dude from Oklahoma that played in the AAF or AAF? He was getting reps. We were excited because he was fast. We had all these randos out there running around at receiver. It was bad. We don't have to worry about that anymore, man. So, yeah, back to your comment. Sammis Reyes, I expect to see plenty of him. Hopefully he stays healthy and gives us a good look-see. I'm excited to see him. And, I'm excited to see all the youngins. I want to see John Bates. I told you, I think John Bates is going to be a really good tight end, man. So I'm excited to see a lot of these young boys out here, man. So thank you for that super chat, Double M, Martin Matthews. Got another super chat. This one is from DCJ. Thank you for the super chat, DCJ. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, DCJ, writes, what's good, Lou? What's good, DCJ? He says, I think this year we can get a legit grade on the OC. Last season was a mix of many factors for the QBs. That's for Bale for the OC. He said he made and called many good plays, but in bad, consistent QB is tough. You're right. I showed you film last year of good play calls by Scott Turner, guys running open down the field, and whether there was a reluctancy by the quarterback to push it vertical to get it to some of these receivers, or guys just incapable of getting it there. Whatever the case may be, there were opportunities last year, and I think he did a really good job. There were times where I thought he was tripping. Like, the Carolina game is the one I always harken back to. That was his worst game to me. You got a quarterback that you don't believe in, that just had some controversy during the week, and Dwayne Haskins that you really didn't want to play but had no choice but to play. And obviously, you don't have Gibby, so that kind of, you didn't have Gibby the week prior against Seattle, so that kind of changed your mindset. But Gibby played, and Gibby was ultra effective. He was gashing that college defense for the Panthers that featured that 3-3-5. He was eating that shit alive. We were gashing him for 5-6 a pop, and he thought it was the right thing to do to throw it all over the yard. And Dwayne was wetting himself, and I just didn't understand that. Then there was the Steelers goal line sequence where, if not for a holding penalty on TJ Watt on 4th down to give us a fresh set of downs, we're going to wet the bed at the 1-yard line when all we had to do was turn around and give the ball to Peyton Barber, which he did on the 5th down. Took him 5 downs to realize, hey, I should give the ball to Peyton Barber. Duh, you don't say. So there were times where I thought he got cute. But all in all, for a first-time OC calling plays, I thought he did some really good things, especially with the given circumstances of a lack of talent at the skill positions and inconsistent play, as you mentioned, at the quarterback position. So this will be a really good test for Scott Turner. Now you got all the weapons. You got a quarterback that'll push it vertically. No excuses. Not that anybody was giving him any excuses last year. I damn sure wasn't giving him a pass. I acknowledge all of the shortcomings of this offense, but still, it's your job to put the players that you do have, and you know which ones are talented, and he did that. We saw a lot of 21 personnel last year. That was out of necessity. Not because that's something that he likes to do, but more because, hey, 21 personnel means we're putting 2 of our most talented 5 guys on the field as skill guys. You know, Gibby and JD are 2 of our most talented guys. We don't have a lot of talented receivers. So if we put 2 of those guys, Logan Thomas and 2 receivers, we can get away with it. And he did that. He made adjustments. So I think we'll be just fine. I think he'll be fine this year, and I'm looking forward to seeing what he does with a full stable of talented football players. Thank you for the super chat, DCJ. Got another super chat here from Tueno, Redskins Washington football team fan Ho. I always mess your name up. I think I did it again. I'm sorry. And you've told me how to say that 18 million times. I really do apologize. I'm so sorry. I apologize. I know I'm messing it up, but charge it to my head and not my heart. Tueno, Redskins, Washington football team fan Ho. Thank you for the super chat. And you probably at home laughing because I always mess it up. And you always tell me, this is how you say it. And I forgot. It's been so long. So I apologize. Hello, Lou. Hello. I hope JP makes the team. JP is going to be full of surprises. And I hope he will break tackles and run to the end zone tomorrow against the Pats. I think I've said this already. It's an uphill battle for, Jaret Patterson. I won't count him out. I don't think he's automatically disqualified from making this roster because we saw a depth chart that featured him at number 6. I think that was a little bit aggressive for him to be all the way back at 6 behind Williams at the running back position. But I do think that he's got a steep uphill climb. I really do. I told you, Ron loves Peyton Barber. He brought him here last year for a reason. Barber's in tremendous shape, and he hasn't lost any of the physicality despite dropping 10 to 12 pounds and being in some of the better, best shape of his career. So Patterson has a chance to make an impact on the coaching staff with his play. Tomorrow, running backs, you don't really get a great assessment of them in practice unless there's pads on. And, they've had the pads on for about a week and a half now, but the games are going to be more telling for a running back. So if he wants to make an impact, these are the opportunities that he's going to get. But at the end of the day, I've already told you my stance on Jaret Patterson. And I think the staff kind of has that same mentality when it comes to him. If we're healthy, they're going to trot out the same 3 backs from last year. And keep in mind, if Patterson is to make this team, he better be damn good on special teams because Peyton Barber is a really good special teams player. In addition to being a quality, third running back, he plays every special teams. He's a core special teamer. Is Jaret Patterson that same guy? Is he adept at doing that? I don't know the answer to that. I can't answer that for you. I just know that Peyton Barber is a guy that does play special teams. And I can also tell you that, Peyton Barber carved out a niche for himself, and he's even better this year, reportedly, than last year is Barber because of the shape that he's in. So I think that Jaret Patterson is being groomed to take over for J.D. McKissick next year. That's That's the mindset. I think Dax Milne is being groomed to take over for Adam Humphries next year. That's my mindset. You know, you draft the successor, you allow him to learn, and then you give him the keys next year. You know, they drafted Dax Milne in the 7th round. They signed Jaret Patterson as a priority free agent. And I don't think they have plans for those guys to contribute this year necessarily. Now, again, there are 1 or 2 mishaps away from being on this roster. Even if they don't make it, they're 1 or 2 mishaps away from being called up. So they have to be ready. But I think in a perfect world, if things went according to plan, those guys would be ready to go next year and contribute in a major way next year. So we'll see what happens with Jaret Patterson in particular. But Dax Milne is another guy put in that same category as someone that they're looking to have contribute next year, not necessarily this year. Thank you for the super chat. Tuano, Redskins, Washington football team fan. Ho. Got another super chat. This one is from Fat American. Thank you for the super chat and tripling up, Fat American. Greatly appreciate you. He writes, poor P-Ram got beat up pretty bad versus Buffalo in 03. Poor P-Ram is right. And that was my guy, man. I thought P-Ram could sling it, and he just got a raw deal, man. The old ball coach, whew, he didn't believe in pass protection from the running backs. He saw the running back as a 5th option to get the football to, which it's true. You know, Sean McVay would always say, if you don't have anybody to block, get into the route. You want to gain back 20% of your eligibles. However, you had to make sure there was nobody to block first. Well, in Steve Spurrier's offense, the running back didn't have any blocking responsibilities. As a matter of fact, a lot of times he went empty set, 5 wide, spread them out, fun and gun, like he was at Florida. Problem is, this ain't Florida. You ain't playing Abilene Christian. You ain't playing against Texas Southern and running it up 73-7 with all your talent. This is the NFL. And they were blitzing the draws off of P-Ram. And my God, if that dude wasn't seeing ghosts by the end of that, man, and I didn't blame him, man. He got battered and bruised. I felt so bad for P-Ram. I really did. Thank you for the super chat, Fat American. Thank you for the super chat. 99 Problems Chase Ain't One. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, 99 Problems Chase Ain't One, writes, I'm ready for these battles. Jimmy versus Roberts, wide receiver AGG versus Steven Sims and others. These backup DNs ready to see the hype. Want to see the rookies for sure. I'm right there with you. Jimmy, I think, is interesting because I told you he was getting the reps out wide when William Jackson III was out of practice. I can tell you right now, Darryl Roberts is not a boundary corner. He's strictly for slot usage only. So I think Jimmy has the upper hand over Darryl Roberts. And I think when we looked at the depth chart, if I'm not mistaken, Darryl Roberts was pretty far back. I think he was like 4th on the depth chart. I think there was somebody else even in front of him. So I don't know if Darryl Roberts is in the mix, you know, as closely as we think. But again, I don't want to overreact to the depth chart. And I know he has been making some plays in camp. So that's definitely something to keep an eye on. AGG versus Steven Sims. I'm more so want to see Harmon, AGG, and Sims, all of those dudes, and throw in DeAndre Carter, all of those dudes. I think they're all vying for one spot at number 6, potentially, you know. And then the DNs, I think of all the DNs, I don't even know if Shaka Tony's healthy or not. I know he hadn't practiced in a little while. I want to see William Bradley King. There's been a lot of ranting and raving about his energy, his versatility. We talked about his versatility when he was drafted. I talked about his ability to stand up in a 2-point stance, put his hand in the dirt, move around. They did that with him at Baylor, and I think Ron was really excited about his ability to move around, stand up, do all of those different things. And so remember James Smith-Williams, they were excited about him and his positional flex last year. That's part of the reason he made the team. Not only was he a core special teamer, but he could play up and down the defensive line, all 4 defensive line spots, kick him inside, or he could play either defensive end spot. So that's why James Smith-Williams was a guy, and they used him inside last year, believe it or not. So William Bradley King is not that kind of guy. He's not 275 pounds or 270 like James Smith-Williams was coming into the season last year, but he is a versatile piece that you can stand up, move around, and he's comfortable in a 2-point stance. So I want to see what he's doing. A lot of people have been singing his praises and talking about his energy, and you saw that on film. I talked about his relentless motor. I'm looking forward to seeing what William Bradley King is all about, because I dismissed him. Of the two, I was excited about Shaka Toney, and it's been William Bradley King to this point. So we'll see what's happening with all of these guys. But like you said, I want to see all of these rookies for sure, because at the end of the day, those are the guys that we don't really know about. We know to some degree what these veterans are all about. Like, we know what Terry's about. He's going to bring a few more wrinkles to his game. He's been working on releases and things of that. But we expect certain things out of Terry. We kind of know what we're getting ourselves into. Gibby, you want to see more improvement from him, more patience, when to cut it back, when to hit it aggressively. But I think we got a good gauge of what Gibby is. Like, we feel really good about him, and we can go down, Logan Thomas. We know what Logan is. We feel really good about what Logan provides. It's the young guys that we don't really know about, We don't know what De'Ami Brown is going to bring to the table. We don't know what Sam Cosmi is going to bring to the table. We don't know what Jamin Davis is going to bring to the table. We don't know what John Bates is going to bring to the table, or Derek Forrest, or any of these guys. Hell, we don't even know what Cam Cheeseman is going to bring to the damn table. So that's why you want to see these guys. That's why there's more emphasis being put on, hey, let's see what this guy is. A lot of us, a lot of you guys, I've watched William Jackson III, but a lot of you haven't been paying attention to William Jackson III. You didn't watch Cincinnati Bengals football, so you have no idea what he brings to the table. So you're anxious to see what he's going to bring to this football team. So there's a lot of that. There's a lot of new and freshness. When everything is young, fresh, and new, there's a lot of excitement, because there's a lot of unknown. You're either really scared or you're really excited when there's unknown. I think we're excited right now. We're excited. Thank you for the super chat. 99 Problems Chase ain't one. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Metaphor writes, hey Lou, what up Metaphor? Jamin, Cosmi, De'Ami, St. Juice are my number one. Number two, how do the vets look? Fitz for a second. And Healthy Collins. One deep ball to Terry, please. And I'm good. So I'm right there with you. Your number one is essentially my number two. I'm looking at a lot of the youngins. And Fitz is going to throw one deep. You bet your ass he's going to throw one deep. I don't know if it'll be to Terry or not, but he's going to cut one loose. It's the preseason. He doesn't give a shit about, interceptions or any of that. He's going to cut one of these bad boys loose, especially if he gets the look. So I feel pretty confident that he's going to cut one of them joints loose. But yeah, St. Juice, all of these dudes, I'm anxious to see what they look like. I'm anxious to see everybody in their uniforms and their numbers, because I have to adjust to these numbers, because some guys, I don't think a lot of guys on our team changed numbers, but I think there are a few number changes. There will be some, single-digit numbers around there running around. I think Gandy Golden switched from 10 to 11. I believe he was 10 last year. I think he's 11 this year. Alex Smith was 11, so He's now 11. So, just a little subtle changes like that. I'm going to be looking out for that stuff. Diami's a single-digit number. He's number 2. So I want to check all of that stuff out. So there's so many different things that I'll be looking at. But, yeah, that's the essence of it. Stay healthy, young guys, and then you want to see, cohesiveness, veterans, things of that nature. So spoiler alert. Number 1 is, I'll just go ahead and do it now because you guys pretty much hit them on the head for me. Number 1 is health. That's my number 1 overarching theme of the preseason. And that's going to be number 1 for each and every single one of these preseason games. Stay healthy. Okay. Number 2, I want to see the young guys, specifically Jamin Davis and Samuel Cosme, but I want to see Juice. I want to see John Bates. I want to see, Diami Brown. I want to see all of these guys. William Bradley King. I'm anxious to see what he's talking about. Sammy's Reyes. Want to see what he's doing at the tight end position. John Bates, if I haven't already mentioned his name, mention it again. I want to see all of these young guys and what they bring to the table. And I'm not going to set the bar extremely high in their first preseason game. I just want to see what we're working with. What kind of it took me 3 plays for me to say, okay, Micah Parsons is legit. He's a stupid freak athlete. We knew it already, but that was a man amongst boys in college. What does he really look like in the NFL when you're running around with guys that are on the same level athleticism-wise as you? Well, he stands out above the rest. He's not like the rest. Took me 3 plays to say, okay, yeah, he's legit. I want to look at some of these guys, and I want to be able to say the same thing. I want to see Jamin Davis open up and run and be able to say, that's why we spent number 19 on him. Because, again, I'm going to tell you, at Kentucky, you didn't always see that. You didn't always see it. So there are things I'm going to be looking for. And then number 3, I want to see how comfortable Fitz is. And really the quarterbacks overall, Fitz and Heineke. But Fitz in particular, because he's going to start. I want to see him have command of the offense. And again, I'm not expecting it to be complex. I'm just looking for him to be in a rhythm. Like at practice, we had my guy Rich on. Rich came on and he said, yeah, there was a miscommunication between quarterback and receiver. He thought the receiver was doing one thing. The receiver did another. He airmails it and Juice gets an easy pick. Like that can't happen when we get to week 1, September 12th against the Chargers. So iron those kinks out now. So I want to see Fitz be in a rhythm with these young guys. I want to see Fitz get in a rhythm with these receivers that he's been working with throughout camp and in OTAs. I want to see all of that kind of come to fruition. But I want to see Heineke doing that as well. So that's my third and final thing that I really focused on. Notice I didn't talk about the defense. I'm not worried about the defense. They're the least of my worries. I know what we have. If we're healthy, I know what we got on the defensive side of the football. Thank you for the super chat metaphor. Got another one here from DCJ. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, DCJ. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, DCJ, writes, is it me or am I bugging? Jack been mad quiet during camp. Jack is in the lab cooking. Gotta watch the quiet dude. Ron and players talking. The rest is hush. Well, remember, Jack has always been quiet. So that's the funny thing is, remember, I talked about this all last season during pressers. Wednesday would be offensive coordinator Scott Turner and the quarterbacks. Thursday would be Jack Del Rio. Remember, he would always come on and talk about turnover Thursdays. Remember that? And I would laugh because we weren't getting any turnovers. That was one of the weak links of this defense. For all that we were excited about with this defense, we didn't create a ton of turnovers last year. not until the end of the season. But in any event, Jack they would ask Jack questions and he'd be like, well, I want to keep that between me and the coaching staff, or me and Ron, or me and the players. Like, he wouldn't expound upon a lot. He wasn't about giving away a lot of stuff. You know, Ron can sometimes have diarrhea of the mouth, over-explain things. He's nowhere near old man Bill, you know, old man Callahan, who would you talk for 5 minutes on one question. You know, Jack was always like, yeah, nah, you know, we respect them as an opponent, and we know what they're capable of. And, you know, we just need to go out and execute. That's the answer you get from Jack. Jack's always been relatively quiet. And a lot of these coaches, if they don't have to speak, they don't want to. Like, I can tell you, Nate Kazar loves to talk. Our special teams coordinator. Oh, man, he relishes getting behind the mic. He can't wait till it's his turn to speak. You ask him a question, he's like, hey, that's a great question. And he'll talk for 7 minutes on one question. He really loves that. Then you get other coaches, they don't want any parts of that shit. All they want to do is talk ball with their guys and coach up players, and that's it. They don't want to get behind the mic. You haven't seen offensive line coach, what's his name? You haven't seen John Matsko yet. Every time they talk to an offensive line coach, it's Travell Wharton, who's his assistant. John Matsko doesn't want to talk to us. He just wants to teach. Let the young guy go out there and talk to the media. I don't have time for that shit. So you get certain guys that don't want nothing to do with the media, and then you have others that love it. And Jack is kind of in the middle. He's like, I'll talk to y'all. I don't mind. Y'all are cool, but I'm not giving y'all nothing. And if I don't have to, I'm not going to. So that's why you haven't heard from Jack. He's spoken a little bit, but, you know, he's not obligated to, so he's not. But Jack's already told us all we needed to hear from him. Hey, we're going to be a little bit more aggressive because we got more pieces to be aggressive. So we can do some things that we couldn't do last year. All right, cool. Heard enough. Okay. This ain't Sunshine Anderson. Heard it all before. This ain't heard it all before. All right. This ain't cracking skulls and striking iron. Okay. This is Jack being real quiet. Like, yeah, nah, we're going to do some different shit. That's it. I feel good. So good. Dun, dun, so good. We got Jack. Dun, 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 dun. Anyway, thank you for the super chat, DCJ. Got another super chat. This one is from Fat American. Thank you for your 4th super chat of the night. Greatly appreciate you, my guy, Fat American. Writes, LOL, Ron told Cosme, boy, your ass starting. I don't give a F. That's what they drafted him for. That's what they drafted. Like, the minute he came to OTAs and they saw exactly what they drafted, like they knew what this guy was on tape, but this was their first time being exposed to him in a physical sense, seeing the athleticism, seeing the movement skills, and they were pleased. That's when they and again, it also coincided with them getting their hands on Charles Leno Jr. Once they saw what they had in Leno and they looked at Cosme, they was like, all right, we can move on from Morgan Moses. And they did. And I told you, I liken that move to that of an NBA team having a young player stuck behind a veteran, and they want the young boy to get more minutes. So you trade the veteran away. You're seeing that with the Pelicans right now. They got a log jam with a bunch of young players like Nickeil Alexander-Walker that they want to play more of. Lonzo Ball was in the way. So what do? You start moving dudes to create opportunities for the young guys that you believe in. That's what they did. That's what they did with Samuel Cosme. They said, we want Sam to play. He can't play if Morgan Moses is here. He can't play. Morgan Moses is a veteran. Morgan Moses is a respected veteran in this locker room. We can't just take a 7-year veteran and just sit him down for no reason and start the young guy without friction, ending up happening in the locker room. Just to dead all of that, let's just move on from Morgan right now. Guys may not be happy about it, but at least the lingering effects won't be here. Morgan won't be in a locker room moping around. Somebody won't stick a mic in Morgan's face and he won't say something dumb because Morgan has never been one to shy away from a mic. So to just nip all of that in the bud, let's just move on from Morgan so that Sam can get an opportunity. And so far, so good for Sam. He's taking advantage of the opportunity. And really, Cornelius Lucas was supposed to get the first shot. He decided to have a birthday party, mess around and come in contact or get COVID himself. Don't know which is which. Doesn't matter. He wasn't available at the start of camp. And that's all Samuel Cosmi needed, was the door to be slightly ajar. Door was just slightly ajar. That's it. He stuck his foot in, pried that puppy open, and he went in. Shut the door behind him. And when Cornelius Lucas came reaching for the knob, shit was locked. Sorry. You had a shot. You blew it. So, Ron's like, yeah, we drafted you to start. We want to get this process started early, sooner rather than later. And Ron said, we want to make sure we get a lot of these young boys on the field, because I don't know if you guys understand what Ron's trying to do. Let me let you in on a little something in case you haven't been paying attention to Ron's plan. I ain't been talking this Ron's plan shit for no reason. This is an intricate, very detailed plan that Ron is putting together. I don't know if you've been paying attention, but let me let you in on a little secret. Ron is getting all of these young guys on one accord at the same time. What you don't want is to have a team that's ready to win, and you got some guys that's ready, and you got another wave of guys that are just getting to where you need them to be, and then you got another bunch of guys that aren't ready. He's getting all of these young boys on the same equal playing field so that when we get to year 3 or 4 Ron, and I really think that number is year 4, because I still think there's a young quarterback that has to come in here to complete this equation, or a veteran. If we get the veteran, that moves the timeline up a year. If we get Aaron Rodgers next year, we ready to win the Super Bowl next year, right? But what Ron is trying to do is to make sure when we do get that guy, if we do get one of these veterans, all of these young boys are ready to go. If you don't play Sam Cosmi this year and you wait till the end of the season and he gets 3 starts, well, Sam Cosmi really isn't ready now, is he? But if Sam Cosmi's got 14 or 15, or if he's healthy, 17 starts under his belt, and you go into next year, he's already solidified at right tackle. He's ready to go. Chase Young's ready to go. Montez Sweat's ready to go. Jonathan Allen, Deron Payne, they're ready to go. Benjamin St. Juste, you think he's going to let this young fella sit on the bench? No, he's going to throw him out there, because if he's good next year, when we're ready to go compete for a Super Bowl, if we get the quarterback, Juice is ready to go. John Bates is ready to go. He's getting all these young boys in here now. Get the experience now. Y'all keep trying to rush the process. And I told you the worst thing that could happen to Ron, for some of you, was us winning the division. 7-9 was a really good start for Ron. It really was. It wasn't supposed to be attached to a division crown, because what that did was it took expectations from, hey, that was a really good year 1 for Ron. Now let's build upon that and let's be 9-8 or 10-7. Now we've taken that, hey, let's go be 11-5, 12-4. Some of y'all talk, or 12-5. Some of y'all talking crazy and still don't understand it's year 2 of Ron. And Ron ain't worried about your timeline. He's worried about his, and making sure all these young boys are all in the same accord so that when we're ready to go, everybody's ready. No excuses. Nobody, no player left behind is like the SOLs in Virginia. You're not from Virginia, then you don't have this standardized test. But one of the sayings in Virginia, no child left behind. No player left behind. We want all the young boys to get in here and get experience. That's why you drafted Dax Milne. Nah, he may not be playing. He's getting experience, though. So if Adam Humphries isn't here, Dax Milne will be able to step in, and you don't miss a beat. Same with Jared Patterson. You want these guys in the system. You want them learning so that if they got to step in, you don't miss a beat. Ron is trying to get all these young boys up to speed now. Why do you think they didn't sign any defensive ends? Yeah, that's a great excuse, okay? That's a really great excuse. We love to hear it. Some of it is true. If I'm trying to get paid and I'm signing a one-year deal, I don't want to go to Washington behind Chase Young and Montez Sweat. But don't tell me that there aren't any young veteran players that are going into like year 5 or whatever that don't want to come and play for Washington. Nah. Ron is like, I'm going to get our own homegrown stuff and we're going to cultivate it here ourselves because we don't have to pay none of these young boys. Because I got to pay Montez Sweat. I got to pay Jonathan Allen. I got to pay Cole Holcomb. I got to pay Terry McLaurin. We got to pay all of these dudes. So we don't want to go out here spending inordinate amounts of money on positions that we think we can cultivate ourselves. But in the meantime, we're going to make sure all these young boys get playing time. So when we need them, when we call their name or we call their number, they can step in and we don't miss a beat. There's a rhyme to and a reason to everything Ron is doing. And a large part of what a lot of you are missing is he's playing all of these young boys. A lot of young players are getting opportunities. There's a smatter of veterans because you can't have a whole bunch of youngins running out there. They'll run amok if you don't have enough veterans to keep them in line. But there's a reason that Cam Curl played as much as he did last year, okay? Because when the shit finally pops, we need the young boys to be ready. They don't need to be wide-eyed and like, oh my God, what's going on right now? They need to already have been in the fire. So when the shit gets hot, they comfortable. They're like, hey man, somebody go get me a damn beach chair, man, a lawn chair. I'm about to sit out here and get a little tan. Where my glasses at? Give me some suntan lotion. You want dudes comfortable when shit gets real. That's what Ron is doing. He's grooming a bunch of guys to be ready for when everybody's ready. And he wants everybody ready at the same time, the same damn time. So that's why he wants Samuel Cosmi to start. No time like the present. Get him out there. I'm telling you, you're going to look up and a lot of this team, and it's happening right before your very eyes. You're going to look up and a lot of this team is going to be super young. Ron said when he first got here, and I listened to everything Ron says. I'm very analytical. I told you guys that already. Especially with words that people say. That's part of that psychology background. But Ron said when he got here, one of the mistakes he made in Carolina is he allowed his roster to get old. And he said, I'm not going to. And that's why you like getting coaches with experience, because they learn from some of the past mistakes that they've made. And they vow that if I get another shot, I'm going to be different about how I go about doing certain things. I'm going to take the things I was successful with, and I'm going to continue to do that, and I'm going to carry those things over. But the things I wasn't successful doing, or the things that I felt like were failures, or I had some shortcomings, I'm going to change those things the next time around. One of the things he said he felt like he didn't do a good enough job of was monitoring the roster in Carolina. He allowed his roster to get old, and by the time he recognized what was happening, it was too late. Ron wants a bunch of young guys running around. Again, every now and again, you need a veteran like a John Bostic to mentor these dudes. You need that. You need a Landon Collins on the roster. You need guys that the younger guys can latch on to and pull information from. You need that. John Bostic. Look, you say what you want about Bostic. I listened to him speak at the podium last week. And he talked about the wisdom that was given to him when he got in the league. And he ripped off about 7 names of dudes that were veterans on that Chicago Bears defense that he came into the league on. And he said, man, I learned so much from those dudes. And he said, it ain't just about on the field. I learned some life lessons from some of them guys. And I'm passing that knowledge on to these young guys. I'm showing them how to work in the film room. I'm showing them how to work on the field, how to communicate. I'm also telling them about some things financially off the field. Like he's giving them life advice as well. He's like, look, I told them if they need anything, come to me. And Ron even talked about Bostic's leadership. You need that. You need some of those veterans on the team. But make no mistake about it. They're grooming all of these young boys. Khaleke Hudson's going to get some run this year, okay? They're grooming all of these youngins, man. Trust when I tell you, look at Tampa Bay's team. They got a lot of veterans. Ndamukong Suh, Tom Brady, Rob Gronkowski. You know, Mike Evans is a veteran. They got veterans on their team. Don't get me wrong. But you look at that team, you look at the core of that team, it's a lot of youngins on that team, man. Their entire secondary are all on rookie contracts. Levante David is one of the better linebackers in the league. He's a veteran. But you know who they got right next to him? Arguably the best linebacker in the entire league, and Devin White. He's a youngin. They just drafted Joe Tryon. They're going to get him reps. He's going to take over for JPP here shortly. They got a lot of, like, that's how you build it. You got your veterans, but you gotta have that young nucleus, that young core of players. That's what we're trying to build. That's what Ron is building. So that's why you're seeing guys like Samuel Cosmi be pushed out there. All right, Sam, go ahead. Go ahead. See what you got. It's big because you need these young boys to be ready. Antonio Gibson, all right. Adrian Peterson, you got to go because the young fella got to play. So when we're ready, he's ready. We can't have him sitting behind a bunch of veterans. Only way he's going to get better is if he plays. So, AD, you got to go. Sorry. Not sorry. You got to go. Because the young fella has to play. It's not rocket science. You see what Ron's doing. He's done it since he's gotten here. The minute he got here. They tried to put Sadiq Charles in last year. Y'all remember this, right? Tried to put Sadiq Charles in at left guard. 2 plays in, he got hurt. He's trying to get young everywhere, and he wants these guys to get exposure because it's going to get real here really fast, really soon. All we need is that one component. You know what I'm talking about. We get it. And shit's going to, the rate of speed that this team is going to have to mature at is going to be accelerated, and it's going to be hyper speed. Well, guys aren't going to be as impacted if they've been playing already. So, thank you for the super chat, Fat American. Greatly appreciate you. Metaphor, double up, thank you for doubling up, Metaphor. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Metaphor, writes, 3 little pigs. Our QB house was made of straw last year. Now Fitz makes it wood. Looking for that brick house next. Ron's floor plan. Hence the name Wolves. I see what you did there. See what you did there. I like that analogy too. You know, our house was made of straw last year at the quarterback position. Throwing Fitz in the mix makes it wood. It's still not as sturdy as you would like it to be, but you ain't huffing and puffing and just blowing it down this year. You know, we didn't know what we were getting in Kyle Allen. We kind of know, hey, he's sturdy and stable too. If he has to go out there, he can steady the ship. We still don't know what Taylor Heineke is. That's why I said I'm going to be watching him in the preseason because he's only played for us in a quarter and 5 quarters, really. So we really don't know what Taylor Heineke is. We like what we've seen to this point, but we need to see more of it. But if the worst quarterback on the roster is Kyle Allen, you feel pretty damn good about what we're doing. Pretty damn good, I must say. So I think that's a really good analogy, but we won't be a Super Bowl contender until the quarterback room is brick and it's solid, impenetrable, and we got the answer. And even if it's a temporary answer for 3 or 4 years, it's a rental. We still need something sturdy. And don't know if that's, what we have now or not. Remains to be seen. I think we know. I feel like I know, but we'll see. That's a good analogy, metaphor. I like that one. Thank you for that super chat. And I see what you did there with Wolves. I see what you did there. Got another one from Metaphor. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for tripling up, Metaphor. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, just practice, but damn, it feels like Super Bowl Eve today. I won't go that far. Okay. This doesn't feel like a playoff game, but it feels really good. This feels more like week one. Like this feels like, oh my God, this feels like this one counts. It doesn't count. But that's how excited I am. I get excited anytime the start of a new season is upon us. I get excited just to see the fellas, come on the field and for the first time in any given year. But it's different this year because I think that this team has potential to do some really good things. So I am really excited. I wouldn't go that far to say Super Bowl Eve, but this feels like, the Saturday before the Sunday where Washington will play their week one game. This feels like how it felt last year before the Eagles game. So, yeah. Thank you for the super chat, Metaphor. Thank you for the super chat, Rob. You greatly appreciate you, Rob. You who writes, what up, Lou? What up, Rob? You says if Collins returns to his New York Giants form and this D line is as advertised, oh my is right. And it's not just Landon Collins, but if William Jackson III is as advertised, if Cam Curl continues his ascent as one of the better young defenders, not only on this team, but in the NFC, if we continue to see the growth of have a brain fart. Cole Holcomb. If we continue to see the growth of Cole Holcomb and Jamin Davis fits in well, yeah, this defense takes this monumental leap because I've already said this. We were good last year on defense, but we weren't. Like, some of you have taken the defense and made them into this mythical, larger-than-life figure. Like, we weren't dominant last year. We had dominant periods, like against the 49ers. That was a truly dominant performance. Against the Steelers, early in that game, we were dominant. We struggled in the second quarter, and then we were dominant in the second half. We had stretches where we were dominant defensively last season, but we weren't consistent, and we didn't take it away enough. And there were too many times where we allowed teams to build leads, and you could blame, and a lot of you have played the blame game. Well, the offense was terrible, and they kept putting the defense on the field. Dominant defenses don't give a shit how often they're put on the field. If you're dominant, you're dominant. The Rams weren't good offensively last year. You think their defense gave a shit? They were the number one defense in the league for a reason, because it didn't matter if Jared Goff was puking all over himself and they were only able to muster 13 points like they were against the Giants when they struggled for 3 quarters. The defense was dominant. Didn't matter how many times they were put on the field or how short of a field was created because the offense just turned it over. The defense got on the field and they were lights out. The 49ers beat us 6-0 in a monsoon in 2019. That 49ers defense was lights out. It didn't matter who they were playing against. Now, I'll take that back because they did have a couple of shootouts that year, but for the most part, they were dominant. They were cutting the faucet off, okay? That wasn't us. I've talked about the run defense last year. It was spotty at best. I talked about us having games where we didn't wake up until the second half. We spot a team 20 points in the first half. There are multiple games. The Giants game, the second time around, we spotted them 20 points in the first half before we woke the hell up and decided to make it a ball game. The Cardinals game in week 2, it was 20-0 at halftime. They went up and down the damn field, especially in the first quarter. I think it was 14-0 after the first quarter or the first play of the second quarter. You know, the Browns game, we felt, I get it, Dwayne turned it over like 80 times in that game. I'm aware. Still, we fell the hell apart defensively. Ioannidis got hurt. Chase Young, I think, got banged up. We had our excuses built in, but still, I can go on and on. The Lions game, what did we give them? 24 in the first half? Like, there were games where we struggled. The Carolina game is another one where there were contributions by the special teams to really F that game up. I get it. Steven Sims with the fumble in the end zone, touchdown. I get it. But you still could have made more plays. You know, Deron Payne got us a 4th down stop at the beginning of that game. It was a great start. Offense pisses it away. Okay, fine. Still, be dominant. They weren't. The Panthers in that game had a drive where Teddy Bridgewater did not throw a single pass on a possession, and I want to say the possession was every bit of 8 to 10 plays. They did not throw it once, and they scored a touchdown. Ran it right down our throats. So a lot of you have taken this defense and turned them into something that they were not. And don't get me started on the Tampa Bay playoff game. The bottom line is this defense has the potential to be a dominant force. But guys are going to have to take their games to another level. And some of the young pieces and other pieces that we've brought in, like William Jackson III, like Juice, like Jamin Davis, they're going to have to come in and they're going to have to be as advertised. Kendall Fuller's going to have to take his game to another level. He was hit or miss last year. Good Kendall, picking shit off. Bad Kendall is getting smoked. We need Kendall to be even keel. Can't be here and then down here. We need him to be even keel this year. Cole Holcomb has to take his game to that next level. I already know what Montez Sweat and Chase Young are going to do. I got nothing but the utmost confidence in those boys. I love the fact that we're getting Matt Ioannidis back in the middle of this defense as a reserve. That does wonders for this defense. But guys are going to have to take their game to the next level. If this defense is what, and I got nothing but the utmost confidence in this defense. But there were times where I was like, come on, guys, we better than that. What are we doing right now? The fact that we couldn't stop the run in certain games without a 5-man defensive front. And I used to point this out in the film study. You know, there were games where we couldn't stop the run unless we put 5 defensive linemen on the field, 2 defensive ends, and 3 defensive tackles. We would have to put another one on the field because we were incapable with our base 4-3 front of stopping the run. Some of that's linebackers, some of that's the defensive line too. Can't just blame the linebackers for everything. So I am really excited about this defense. Getting Landon Collins back, if he is back to his true form, that's a huge plus, a huge lift for this defense. If William Jackson III is as advertised and allows us to get exotic with some of the looks we can give these offenses, that is a major plus. If Jamin Davis is an upgrade over John Bostic, and that shouldn't take much, that's a huge lift for this defense. Cole Holcomb takes the next step. These defensive ends become truly dominant. Matt Ioannidis steps in and picks back up where he left off. Yeah. Oh my is right. Oh my, indeed. Thank you for the super chat, Rob you. Thank you for the super chat, Rob U. Once again, double up, thank you for doubling up, Rob U. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Rob U. writes, Lou, how long before number 10 runs his mouth about us with his new analyst gig? So what ESPN is doing with him is he's really going to be heavy on their college football side of things, on their college football package. He'll get some NFL work, but remember, college football and the NFL season coincide with one another. So it's hard for you to take your college guy and have him bleed into the NFL. You're usually one or the other. I think you could see Bob get some NFL work towards the end of the college football season when that slows down and the NFL is fully ramped up and there's really not a lot of college ball to talk about. But they really want him to talk about college football. He's going to get some NFL work, but it's going to be more so geared towards college football. That said, I don't think he's going to trash this organization because it's really not the same guys that were here when he was here. So I think if Dwayne were still here and he felt like they were doing the same thing to Dwayne that they were doing to him, then he might have said something. But remember, he whispered to Dwayne, look out, for Washington, they could be cutthroat, all of that. Remember, they crossed paths at that preseason game in Dwayne's rookie season. And there was a still photo of him talking to Dwayne. So I don't think he's going to, trash the organization. But, I know he does have a sharp tongue. That is for sure. And there is no love lost between him and Kirk Cousins because he's talking mega shit about Kirk. That's where a lot of the vitriol is for Robert, is with Kirk and not necessarily, Washington. But I don't think he's going to really trash us if, the opportunity is presented to him. Now, Alex Smith, on the other hand, was just hired by ESPN. He's going to do NFL. That could get a little dicey because, he was not fond of us on the way out. He did not like the way that we parted ways with him. So I think there could be a little bit of animus there, and there could be a little venom spewed in our direction. I think Alex is more of a stand-up guy than that. I think he's gotten all of that out of his system, but who's to say? I think he's going to keep it somewhat PC and keep it pushing. So we'll see what happens. Thank you for the super chat, Rob U. Let's see. Got another super chat here from Dwayne Islar. Thank you for the super chat, Dwayne Islar. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Dwayne writes, I never hear you talk about Patterson is going to be what Geis was supposed to be. Another thing, AGG and Steven Montez fire. Fitz magic. I don't talk about Patterson being what Geis was supposed to be because I don't see that right now. They're not one and the same. Geis was a different animal coming out of LSU. First round type talent, got him in the second round because of some off the field stuff that we would later find out that was legitimate. And Jarrett Patterson was undrafted for a reason. They're not built the same. They're not the same type of back. That said, that doesn't mean that Jarrett Patterson can't be successful in this league and carve out a niche for himself. But as of right now, I'm just dealing in reality. I can't talk about him being something that I don't know him to be. I have to see it with my own two eyes. So, I watched Darius Geis tear up the SEC at LSU. I watched that with my own two eyes. I wasn't watching Maction on Tuesday nights and watching Jarrett Patterson tear up the MAC, at Buffalo. And even if I was, I wouldn't be as impressed with him running all over Central Michigan. I need to see him doing that against NFL caliber defenses, which Darius Geis did at LSU. So No, I don't consider them to be one and the same, and that's why you haven't heard me talking about Jerry. I'm excited about Patterson and the prospects of him getting an opportunity, and we'll see that tomorrow night and into the rest of the preseason. But by no means am I going to just anoint him, this dominant NFL back, because we knew guys had that kind of ability if he could just stay healthy. We saw flashes, but I don't necessarily see that. And another thing, AGG and Steven Montez, I don't know anything about Steven Montez being, good. I'm not a Steven Montez fan. I wasn't when we signed him as a priority free agent. And I've told you that Steven Montez stinks, period. But AGG is a guy that I was high on coming out of Liberty. And I think he's got talent. And he's talked about being more comfortable in year 2. Head was spinning last year and he dealt with injuries. I want to see what AGG can do. He's one of the young guys I'll be looking at in the preseason. So we'll see. Thank you for the super chat, Dwayne Islar. Greatly appreciate you. T-Ho, thank you for the super chat. Double up. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. T-Ho writes, call me T-Ho, Lou. Please don't forget my name. Well, that's a lot easier. T-Ho. Won't forget that. I can promise you that. I see that and I'll know it's T-Ho. T-Ho to go. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for doubling up. And don't worry, I will not forget your name moving forward. I swear. I swear. Shake on it. All right. Thank you for the super chat. Metaphor, thank you for your 4th super chat of the night. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Metaphor writes, didn't P. Ram try to ram a wall post TD and hurt neck? No. That was Gus Frerotte. So you got to go back a little ways to 1997 when Gus Frerotte did that. I will never forget. I want to say it was 97. Actually, it might be 96 when he did that. I think it was 97, but it might have been 96 against the Giants on a Sunday night. I won't forget that. 7-7 tie. Frerotte runs it in, headbutts the wall, jams his neck, leaves the game, and we can't score any more points because he was the best quarterback we had. Duds cap. So no, that wasn't P. Ram. That was Gus Frerotte. Thank you for the super chat. Got another one here from Gunny Man. Thank you for the super chat, Gunny Man. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Gunny Man, writes, P. Ram poured his way out because he was behind MB. If he shut up and played and stayed patient, he would eventually start it under Gibbs. No sympathy here. There is some truth to that, but Gibbs, I don't think he really ever loved P. Ram. And part of the reason he didn't love P. Ram was because P. Ram was seeing ghosts. Now, he got an opportunity, a small opportunity, but remember, P. Ram started week 1. Gibbs' first season, P. Ram started week 1. And it was a win. I think it was like 9-7 against the Bears. And then Brunell started, I think, week 2. I want to say P. Ram got injured. I think he got injured. But Gibbs wanted Brunell to play all along. Let's not kid ourselves. That's why he went out and signed Brunell. It was a veteran that Gibbs trusted, that he was able to watch while he was in retirement, that he probably felt like this guy is exactly what we need offensively to come in and steady the ship. So P. Ram, I don't think ever was going to really get the opportunity to be the starter because I don't think Gibbs ever really believed in him, honestly. And Gibbs, I think he felt like Brunell was a stopgap. That's why they drafted J-Camp. And I'll never forget that draft. And nobody really knew, right? Hindsight is 2020. But we had a chance to draft Aaron Rodgers. Now, I know he went, like one pick before, but we traded up. We could have traded up to get Aaron Rodgers. We took J Cam. So, anyway, that was the guy they wanted all along. He fit what, Jason Campbell fit what Joe Gibbs wanted to do. And if we would have run the same offense that Gibbs had installed when he first got here, which was all the old stuff, the counter tray and the play action fakes, that was what J-Cam was made to do. That's why Joe Gibbs loved him at Auburn and wanted to draft him. When we went to Al Saunders' offense, that didn't fit what J-Cam did. That didn't fit his skill set. Quick processing, get the ball out of your hand. He had a long delivery. None of that shit fit J-Cam. J-Cam was made for Joe Gibbs' offense. That's why Gibbs fell in love with him. And when Gibbs bailed on his offense and turned the reins over to Al Saunders, that was the beginning of the end of J-Cam in Washington, because that didn't fit his skill set. But I'm going off on a tangent. I think that P-Ram really wasn't going to be given a great shot with Gibbs, because I think he wanted Mark Brunell to play all along. So anyway, I digress. Thank you for the super chat, Gunny Man. Got another one here. This one is from my guy, Barrett Downing. BD, thank you for the super chat as always. My guy, BD, writes, looking forward to seeing this team grow with some consistent QB play. Enjoying your show as always. Respect. Thank you so much, BD. Always respect you and all that you do for the Louie T Network. And I like the same thing. I'm looking for the same thing, watching this team continue to grow, consistent quarterback play. That's why I told you my number 3 was I'm going to be watching the quarterback, specifically Ryan Fitzpatrick, but I want to see these quarterbacks. I want to see the consistency. I want to see the timing and the rhythm down with these receivers. I want to see them on the same page. That's when special things happen, when you know what your receiver is going to do. He's the most comfortable right now with Adam Humphries because there's a rapport there. There's experience. There's time and skin in the game with one another. I want to see him build up that same rapport with Terry and Diami and all of these other receivers that we have. And so when we get to that point, that's when we'll start to see some of that Fitz magic. He's already building that with Logan Thomas as we speak. So, and Terry as well. So thank you for that super chat, Barrett Downing. Excuse me. Got another super chat here from DCJ. Double up. I think this is your second one. Might be your third. Really do appreciate you, DCJ. I think this is your third, but either way, appreciate you. My guy DCJ writes, I know the media won't do it, but I hope players keep a level head and humble to the hype and to show improve. No words to what it is. He says, dead that top 5 D talk, prove it. And with number 10, Curtis, 1 to 10 health, worry, me a 7. I'm not worried yet. If we get to next week and he's still on the PUP list and there doesn't seem to be any movement, I told you, I've had a groin before. The only thing that's going to help that thing heal is time. So if we get to next week and he can't play, that's when I'll start to worry. I won't be overly concerned. I won't be concerned until we get to the 3rd preseason game and he's still on the PUP list. Even if he doesn't play in the 3rd preseason game, but he's off the PUP list and he's practicing, I'll be fine. Because again, they know him. They know what he's about. And unlike past years where you only have 1 week to prepare for the game, we're going to have 2 whole weeks, 15 days between the final preseason game and the first game of the regular season. The final preseason game is on August the 28th. The first regular season game is September 12th. So if he's off the PUP list and he's practicing, he'll have a full 2 weeks to get into the swing of things. I won't be concerned. It's if you tell me he's still on the PUP list, we've played 3 preseason games, we're preparing for our week 1 opponent in the Chargers, and he's still on the PUP list, that's when I'll get nervous. That's when I'll tell you, this is a big deal. But right now, the alarm bells are not being sound for me. And so I'm okay because they're familiar with him. He's familiar with them. And they know what his skill set entails and what they can do with him and how he fits into this offense. So I'm not overly concerned. Not yet. So on a scale of 1 to 10, my worry right now is somewhere in that 3-4 neighborhood. Okay, it's not at a level where I'm really concerned. Now, as far as the team being humble, I think Ron is well aware of what's being said. Ron always makes mention of what's being said. He makes sure that they know what's being said, but also that they don't get a big head. He talked about that a lot last year. He's talked about that this year. I heard Montez Sweat talk about, and it's always a good thing when players are echoing the sentiments of the head coach. When you hear the head coach say something, that means that's a message he's delivered to the players. And then when you hear players regurgitating it, it's something that's stuck. Okay. He's made an impression and the players are responding to that information. So Ron has made it a point of emphasis to tell the players over and over again, and he's told the media and fans alike, we can't worry about what we did last year. We're starting at the bottom and we got to work our way back up. And I heard Montez Sweat say, we're not worried about what we did last year. We're starting all the way at the bottom, at ground zero, and we got to work our way back up. He's repeating what Ron said. So the message has been clear and concise, and the players have received that message. So I don't worry about them getting a big head. I love the fact that they're confident. I talk about this all the time. Athletic arrogance. In order to excel, you have to have it. Our guys have that. There's a difference between athletic arrogance and getting big-headed. They're not big-headed. They have athletic arrogance. They expect to whoop the guy's ass in front of them. That's what you want. But I don't think they are looking at last year's ranking and saying, well, this is what we did last year, so we're just going to do it again this year. I'm telling you right now, I fully expect the defensive ranking to be worse than it was last year. We were a top 5 defense last year, statistically. Okay. I know what my eyes saw, though, and I know that we didn't get a ton of turnovers. However, we didn't play Mahomes. We didn't play Allen. We didn't play, Brady in the regular season. We didn't play all of these upper echelon quarterbacks that we're going to see on the schedule. We didn't play Matt Ryan last year. So it's going to be different. We didn't play Rodgers last year. This defense is going to be tested in ways that it wasn't last year. I keep saying this. The best quarterback we saw last year was Matthew Stafford. You could argue Ben Roethlisberger, but I would say it was Stafford. We saw Kyler Murray. We saw Lamar Jackson. They posed different threats. But Stafford was the best quarterback we saw last year. And he ate us up. There was a little cold spell there where they couldn't really get it going offensively midway through the third into the fourth, but he ate us up in the entire first half, and when they needed him in the fourth quarter, he delivered. So I said all of that to say this. I don't think they're going to be big-headed. They're going to be humble. Ron's going to make sure of that. Curtis, health-wise, not concerned yet. Not on my radar yet. The level of worry and concern will grow and increase as we get closer and closer to the start of the regular season, and he's still not off of the PUP list. But he injured the groin back in June. So this time frame makes sense. You want him healthy. I'm not looking to rush him back in August. I'm not concerned with August football, health-wise. I'm concerned with September and on football when they count. When we start stacking up bricks in the left and right-hand columns, that's when I'm concerned. I'm not worried about him being healthy for August football games. So if you tell me he doesn't play in a single preseason game, but he's off the PUP list and he's practicing before the end of the preseason, let's say that our final preseason game is Saturday, August 28th. Let's say he comes off of the PUP list and he's practicing on August the 25th. He doesn't play in the game, though, because he's not back in game shape. They're working him off on the side field, but he's off the PUP list. He's resuming all physical activities. He's got all full movement. There's no restrictions, but he's not going to play because he's not up to where he needs to be. I'm fine with that. He'll be ready come week 1. No setbacks. He'll be ready week 1. If you tell me he's still on the PUP list, we get to the end of the preseason, he's still on the PUP list, now I'm concerned. Thank you for the super chat, DCJ. Rob, you, double up, Thank you for doubling up, Rob. You greatly appreciate you, Rob. You writes, feel good about most of the roster, but any chance someone steps up or a player is signed to compete for that weak or will linebacker spot? Right now, I don't see them really fishing for anything outside of what we have. Now, I think the preseason is going to tell the story. You know, apparently they love this Phillips guy at linebacker. They like what they've seen from him in camp. And I'm anxious to see what he looks like. Number 45 is Phillips at the linebacker position. I'm anxious to see what this guy is all about, because right now he's the backup linebacker. I want to say he's the backup weak side linebacker behind John Bostic. So I'm anxious to see what he's capable of and what he's doing. And I think the linebacker play in the preseason will determine whether they feel like they need to go outside of the organization and get help or not. If these guys are playing well and they feel confident that Khaleke Hudson and Phillips and all of these guys can step in a pinch, they're gonna stick with what they have, because Jarrett Norris is making this football team as a core special teamer. He's not going anywhere. So you could go ahead and pencil him in with the other 3 guys that are locks, or 4 guys that are locks. All right, 5 of the, I think they're going to end up keeping 6 or 7 linebackers. 5 of those spots are spoken for. You know, Jarrett Norris, Khaleke Hudson, John Bostic, Cole Holcomb, Jamin Davis, all making a football team. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Now, the question is, are you keeping 7 or 6 linebackers? So there's a spot there for Phillips. There could be 2 spots depending on how they decide to do special teams. They may keep another linebacker. And remember, they brought in David Mayo to compete. But, looking at the depth chart, he's down the list a bit. But that, again, don't want to put too much stock into the depth chart. They know David Mayo. They're comfortable with him. And they know he can contribute on special teams as well. So I think linebacker is a position that they'll be keeping an eye on, a close one. And if the scouts bring them a list of guys that they're intrigued by and those guys are cut loose, they may make a move at linebacker. I think of all the positions on the team, that's the one position that I definitely think they'll be keeping their eye on for outside guys that may potentially shake free, that they may be interested in. Even if that guy isn't necessarily a key contributor, they may be looking for guys that they want to continue to groom. So we'll see about that. Thank you for the super chat, Rob. You. DCJ. I was about to double up again. Really appreciate you, DCJ. Thank you for the super chat. My guy, DCJ, writes, doesn't it feel good we got legit fringe players for the preseason for once? Wins or losses is irrelevant, but legit quality of play potentially for me. I want mass starter play versus Bengals, none versus the Ravens. I think you're going to get starters versus the Ravens as well. I think because there are 2 weeks between the next football game, I think you're going to see the starters. I think they're going to they're going to keep the preseason format the same minus the 4th preseason game. I think the 3rd game is going to be the dress rehearsal. I really do. I think you're going to see the starters in this first game like you would if it were still 4 preseason games. If they come out, they're sharp on that first possession. Ron's already said Ryan Fitzpatrick's going to play enough. What's enough? Well, enough is I've seen enough. I'm comfortable. I don't need to see him anymore. That could be an 11-play drive to start the game off. They go out, They're in sync. He's 4 or 5 for 42 yards and a touchdown to Logan Thomas. And Gibby looks good on the drive. He's got 6 carries for 34 yards. And they move it right down the field, and we score a touchdown. He didn't need to see anymore. They looked in sync. They were sharp. They're in. They're out. They're good. That's what you see in preseason game number 1. I think preseason game 2 versus the Ravens, I think you're going to see a lot more. I think you're going to see those guys for a quarter, maybe a quarter and a half, depending on how well they're playing. If they're playing well, you may see them for a quarter. They're out of there. You know, they're not playing as well. They may go in there for a quarter and a half. They may even play the full first half. I think the third preseason game, or that was versus the Bengals, excuse me. I think versus the Ravens in the third preseason game, I think this is when you see them for a full half. You ramp them up for a full half. You don't love what you saw in the first half. They play into the third quarter. All right. And so I think that's what you're going to see. And because you have 2 weeks off for them to recuperate and then prepare for the Chargers, you can treat that third preseason game as the dress rehearsal and not have any side effects. Because you remember, they would treat the fourth preseason game as a game where they wouldn't even dress guys because that gave them the extra week they needed to rest their bodies from the last game that they played, to get them prepared. And you didn't want a guy to get hurt because the game was the following week. Well, now that you have 2 weeks, you know, if there's a nick or a bruise or a bump, you got 2 weeks to be, you know, ready, and you'll be fine and ready to go. So I think you're going to see some players, you know, playing in every one of these preseason games. And yes, it feels great. Not good. It feels great to have players that if they don't play here, they'll play somewhere else in the league. Our fringe players are legitimate NFL caliber players. No longer will we be cutting guys that we're talking about not being in the league anymore, or having guys that have a hard time latching on with another team and sticking. You know, where is Ryan Grant right now in the league? I'm shocked if he's still in the league right now. Like, those are the guys that were. Where's Trey Quinn right now? I think he's still in the league. Last time I checked, I think he's with the Raiders. Is he going to make their team? Probably not. And I'm pretty sure the only reason he was on the Raiders is because his brother Jay told him, hey, you're going to like this kid. He can actually play ball. And John was like, all right, I'm going to take a look. So these are the guys that were on the back end of the roster that we were. Is Trey Quinn going to make the football team? I remember I had Trey Quinn on the team last year. He didn't make it. So, yeah, feels good. Feels real good. Thank you for the super chat, DCJ. Got another super chat here from Rob U. Thank you for the super chat, Rob U. Greatly appreciate you, Rob U, who writes, Jay Moreland on the outside makes too much sense. To me, that's his most natural position, playing on the outside. So we're going to see. We're going to see if they feel the same way, because Jimmy's primarily been a nickel since he's gotten into the league. But Jimmy didn't play nickel at JMU. He was a boundary corner. And I think he's got the most swag when he's outside. He's most comfortable when he's outside. So I'm hoping that they start to realize that. I don't think he's as comfortable. And I've said this a million times. Everybody's not built for inside work. It's tough in there, man. It's a different animal inside. Not everybody's built for that. And I don't know if Jimmy is. Jimmy's not terrible. I can't state that enough. He's not terrible inside. He's just not as good to me as he is outside. You know, and I think they continue to let his size dictate what he's capable of doing. To forget about the size. Can he do it or not? And if the size is a problem, okay, then you say, no, he can't do it. He's not big enough. But give him a chance. That's all I'm saying. I'm a huge advocate for Show me that you can. I'm going to give you every opportunity to prove that you can do something versus telling you can't. Thank you for the super chat, Rob. You. Another super chat here from DCJ. Thank you for the super chat, DCJ. Greatly appreciate you. As always, my guy DCJ writes, I may be biased, but schedule-wise, I'm only concerned with Kansas City and the Bucs. The rest, in my opinion, Washington football team can match up with and won't be exposed. I said it early. I stand my ground. Week 1 is a dub. I'm saying 2-0. G's got issues. So I know you all have seen the tweet, and I retweeted this. I didn't retweet it because I believe it. I just retweeted it because it's out there that the Giants are having issues on the interior of their offensive line. I've talked to a couple of Giants fans that said that particular writer is known for being a bit over the top. He's one of the, oh my God, the sky is falling type of guys. So he likes to be a little over the top, and he does everything a little bit extra. He's extra. So we all know guys like that are, that exaggerate things, take a little issue and make it into this monumental issue. So I don't know if I totally believe that the Giants are, oh my God, they're falling apart on the interior of their offensive line. That said, the Giants may be having issues. I don't know if they are or not. The bottom line is, I told you this a long time ago. I don't worry about what everybody else is doing. I keep my friends close and my enemies even closer. So I am aware of what they're doing, but I'm more concerned about what we're doing. Because if I feel like, when I worry about other teams more, when they're better than you. When I was growing up, when I played sports, we didn't worry about the teams that we knew we could beat. We just take care of what we do best, and we'll beat them because we're better than them. We're more talented than them. So we don't have to worry about what they're doing. Just take care of what we do, and we'll be fine. When we were playing teams that were equal to us or better than us, that's when you concern yourself with what they're doing. And that's when you focus in, okay, what can we do to give ourselves the upper hand? Because either they're just as talented as us or they're more talented than us. But you always want to focus on yourself. Control what you can control. I'm not worried about the Giants, the Cowboys, or the Eagles. Everybody's got their share of issues going on in camp right now. Cowboys are worried about Dak Prescott. The Eagles have injuries, and they don't know if Jalen Hurts is any good. I don't think he's good, but we'll find out. And the Giants have their share of issues. They had a fight the other day at practice, and they've got their own fair share of issues. That's fine. I'm not really concerned with what everybody else has going on because I think we're better than all those teams. Personally, I could be wrong. I told you I think Dallas, because they have Dak Prescott, that's the only reason. And I put Dallas ahead of us. That doesn't mean I think they're better than us. I just think they have the best chance because a quarterback gives you a chance in this league, and they've got the best one in the division. But he's still trying to work his way back, and he's now dealing with the shoulder problem. So I think we're better than everybody else in the division, personally. So I'm not too concerned with what everybody else has going on. I need us to focus on us. If we play our best brand of ball, I don't think the other teams in the division can hold a candle to us. But again, that requires us to play our best brand of ball. And we don't always do that. So I'm not so much worried about other teams. I'm worried about everybody on the schedule because I respect every team in the league. But as you said, certain teams on the schedule, I look at them and I say either they're on the even playing field with us, or I feel like we're better than them. We should be able to take them. There are. I can tell you this: there are more than just the Chiefs and the Bucs that worry me. I'm worried about the Buffalo Bills. They're better than us. Okay, I'm worried about the Green Bay Packers. They're better than us. Okay, there are teams on the schedule that I look at and I say they're flat out better than us. If they play to their best and we play to our best isn't better than their best. Okay, the Seattle Seahawks, they're better than us. We had a chance to beat them last year, but they're better than us. If they play at their best, we play at our best, they're better than us. So those teams, I worry about them. But at the end of the day, you control what you can control. And what we need to worry about is being the best version of ourselves. And if we do that, let the chips fall where they may. We'll see what happens. But I think it is imperative that we get off to a fast start. And, we may not win both of those first 2 games, but we can't afford to lose both of them. I would much rather win week 1. I'm not saying much. Oh, no, I would rather lose week 1. But I would rather win week 1 and go into week 2 with house money. Like, hey, if we beat the Giants, we're 2-0, and now we go into the tough part of our schedule undefeated, knowing that we got a little bit of cushion, versus going into that Giants game at 0-1 saying, we got to have this game. We go 0-2, we are really playing with fire now. You know what I'm saying? But if you asked me and you told me, hey, Lou, you can only get one of those first 2, I want the Giants one. Obviously, that's a division game, and it's a team that we need to beat. But I want both of them. But we'll see what happens. Thank you for the super chat, DCJ. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Metaphor, writes, Virginia SOLs, so you don't pass? He says, so you don't pass, you a SS, you are shit out of luck, essentially is what he's saying. Your ass shit out of luck. Pretty much with the SOLs. They talk about no child left behind, but you ain't graduating if you don't pass them damn SOLs. So your ass will get left behind if you can't pass the standardized test. Sorry, but not sorry. So, yeah. You know what it is. If you're in VA, you know what it is. Thank you for the super chat, Metaphor. Let's see. Super chat here from Rob U. Thank you for the super chat, Rob U. Greatly appreciate you. Rob U, who writes, why not keep Cosmi at left tackle? The tools are there? ? Well, they got a right tackle. I mean, a left tackle already in Charles Leno Jr. That's what he played in Chicago. So what they're going to do is groom, because remember, they want to make sure Cosmi can handle the rigors of the NFL first before they just throw him in the fire. So what they're going to do is they got Charles Leno Jr. on a 1-year deal. So the thought process is Cosmi at right tackle for 1 year, just to prove that he can do it. Because Samuel Cosmi doesn't necessarily have all the boxes checked. His technique needed work, which is what they're working on right now, most notably his hands. But also, he doesn't have long arms. Like, despite him being 6'6", you just equate a guy that is 6'6" with, to have 33.5, 34-inch arms. Samuel Cosmi doesn't have super long arms. I think his arms are like 33 inches, maybe 32 and some change. But they're not super long. Generally, you want 33.5-inch arms or longer for your tackle. That's usually the baseline. Anything over that, and you're good. He's not, I don't think he hit that baseline. But that doesn't mean he can't do it. That's why I said you always make a guy prove to you that he can't. Give him every opportunity to prove that he can. So they're giving him every opportunity to prove that he can do it. But he got to do it on the right side first, where the quarterback will have a chance to protect himself. If Sam gets beat, at least he can see it. So they're going to do with him what we've seen other teams do with tackles that come into the league. Case in point, the Dolphins drafted he's in Houston now. Yikes. Can't think of his name. But he had the gas mask on. He was smoking the weed. That pushed his draft stock down. Anyway, he started off at guard. Then he went to right tackle. And then they moved him to left tackle before trading him to Houston. You just want to make sure a guy can do it first. Then they'll move him over to probably where Cosmi is more comfortable, which is left tackle, after he proves he can do it at right tackle. So, yeah, the tools are there, but he's got to prove it first. And you have a solidified, proven veteran at left tackle. So you're just going to allow that guy to play at left tackle while Cosmi gets up to speed on the NFL game. And then when Charles Leno is gone next year, that's when you move Cosmi over to left tackle, And then you can start playing around with different options at right tackle, including Cornelius Lucas, drafting another guy, or even Sadiq Charles. So, yeah. Carlton Pagano Jackson, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy, CPJ. I think this is your third, but it might be your second. So, double up. Thank you for doubling up, CPJ. Greatly appreciate you, my guy, CPJ. Writes, meant to ask you about Juice. I hear he's holding his own, though, and improving. He is. He's been really consistent throughout camp. He's had his fair share of ups and downs, but for the most part, he's been pretty even keeled. He can be handsy at times. They've had the officials out there when they put on the pads, and he got flagged a couple of times, but that's all a part of the process. That's all a part of his growth and maturation, is figuring out what he can and can't get away with. And he even spoke about that. The college game is a lot different in terms of what you can and can't get away with. And so I'm still learning, I'm still adjusting. So all of that is a part of his process, but he's been really solid. He's been really solid. But again, that's against your own. Now let's see what he does against another team. So we'll see. But yeah, Juice has been really solid for sure. Got another super chat. This is from Rob U. Thank you for your super chat and your continued support, Rob. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Rob U. writes, got a feeling Jamin Davis will light it up early. I hope so, man. I've got high hopes for him. I got high hopes for Jamin Davis. But I also am a realist, and I understand that it's a process for him as well. And so I'm not going to put everything on his shoulders at once, but I know the guy is talented, and I know they expect a lot out of him, and I'm hoping to see some of that growth and maturation that Ron's been talking about with him. I hope to see that come to fruition, and the sooner the better. You know what I mean? The sooner the better. Thank you for the super chat, Rob. You got a super chat here from King of the North. Thank you for the super chat, King of the North. Greatly appreciate you, my guy, King of the North. Writes, thank you so much for the generosity, King of the North. Writes, Fitz was drafted in the Gibbs JCAM draft. Hard to believe he's here. Lots of experience and not a lot of wear on his body. He needs to have the best season of his life, Lou. That's the only way we win 9+ games with this schedule. You're spot on. Anytime you start talking about a guy that was drafted any later than 07 and they're still playing, that to me is remarkable, because we know what the NFL stands for, not for long. And guys generally don't last that long in this league. But, you still got a few guys hanging around from those drafts. Roethlisberger's from the 04 draft. Rodgers is from the 05 draft. So is Fitz, as you just mentioned. There are some guys hanging around from some of those drafts, but there aren't many. Drew Brees was the oldest. Brady is still the oldest. He's the 2000 draft. And then Brees was in the 2001 draft. So once you remove those guys from the equation, we don't have many of those guys left. So, Fitzpatrick is definitely a rare treasure still playing in this league. And as you mentioned, in order to have the type of success that we want to win 9+ games, and assuming that he plays in all 17, which I think right now it's a hard assumption to make, but assuming he plays in all 17, he's going to have to play the best football of his career. You're right. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. He's going to have to show a level of consistency that has seemed to escape him his entire career to this point. He's had pockets where he's been successful, none greater than 2015, when he was 31 touchdowns, 15 interceptions on a 10-6 Jets team that just barely missed out on the postseason. But You know, those stretches for him have been few and far between. So I keep harping on the fact that there is no body of work from a consistency standpoint that we can stand on confidently, 10 toes down, and say, no, this is what we're getting from him throughout the course of a 17-game schedule. There is none of that. You know, everybody wants to point to this stat or that stat. He's great against the blitz, this and all of that. And that's great. And that may ultimately play itself out. But the lack of consistency in which we can look at a full 16-game slate and say, this is what he did, he doesn't have that. And when he has had that opportunity, he hasn't fared very well. When a team has said, you're the guy. And he's gotten several opportunities to be the guy, and then it was snatched away from him because he didn't take advantage of it. The Bills gave him a chance. They gave him a contract. They gave him a chance to be the guy. It didn't go well. The Jets, after that 2015 season, he had a contract dispute. He comes back the next year, and it didn't go well. It didn't go well. So I want to see it. You have to make me a believer. I make me a believer. I'm with you 110%, King of the North. In order for us to win 9+ with him at quarterback, he's going to have to offer up the best season of his career. Period. End of discussion. Because unlike last year's schedule, we're not going to be able to just get by scoring 23 points. We're not going to beat a lot of these teams on the schedule 23-16. That's not happening. We're going to have to score 30. A lot of games. Thank you for the super chat, King of the North. The OGs of the DMV. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Love the name. The OGs of the DMV. Writes, can't help myself. Got to watch the entire game. That's the only way to do it. That's the only way to consume these preseason games. Got to watch the whole game. You know? Especially now so more than ever. You know, there was once upon a time where we weren't as in tune to what was going on with the team. You know, we weren't as locked into who the third string tight end was. You know, we weren't tuned into who was going to be battling for potentially a 6th wide receiver spot. We didn't give a shit about that stuff. You cared about the first 3 receivers. You cared about the first tight end or 2. You cared about the first 2 running backs. You cared about the starting quarterback. And, you know, on defense, same thing. Starters and pretty much maybe 1 backup or so. You didn't care about a lot of these guys. Now we're so locked in. We're so dialed in. And we're talking about the 5th guy at linebacker and the 6th guy, who's going to be the 3rd string tight end and who's going to be the 5th safety. Like, we're at straight nerd level status now. And that's okay. I fully accept that. I am not too proud to admit that I care more than most. You're not going to make me feel bad about it. And if you care that much, you have to watch the game start to finish, because you can't talk about the 3rd string tight end or the 6th safety competing for the 5th safety spot. You can't talk about who's going to win the 6th receiver spot and not watch the game all the way through. That's when those guys are playing. So it's a must, start to finish. I'm right there with you, OG. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Got another super chat here. This is from my guy, DCJ. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, DCJ. As always, thank you for holding it down. My guy, DCJ, writes, my main issue is the inconsistent physicality in the run game. But for the pass D, that has much to prove or got exposed versus Tom. We want a chip, got to go through Tom. D must be locked back half and potential playoffs. I was very frustrated with the inconsistency up front against the run. You know, it's one thing to get gutted by the Buccaneers at times or the Browns. The Browns had arguably the best offensive line in football behind the Tennessee Titans. You know, the Ravens were right up there as well. But the Browns, to me, and the Titans are a cut above everybody else in terms of running the football. Their offensive lines are just dogs. All right. So when they're gutting us in the fourth quarter of that game, and we got no Ioannidis because he just went down, and Young just hurt himself, and we're struggling, and we're putting 5 dudes on the D-line, and they're still gutting us. I'm not upset at that because the Browns are that good. They wore us down. We turned it over too many times. We kept putting the defense on the field. We couldn't rotate the way we normally do on the D-line because we had 2 guys that we were expecting to play go down very early in the game. I get it. But when you're getting gutted by the Detroit Lions on the ground, when their rookie running back DeAndre Swift is absolutely eating you alive, and Adrian Peterson comes in and he's doing you dirty, and you got no answers for their ground game, it's the Lions. I got a problem with that, man. I really do. When the Seattle Seahawks decide, hey, we're going to pop you a couple of times, and we're going to ram it down your throat, that first possession of the third quarter, that shit was sickening. It was run left, run right, 50-yard pop for a touchdown. Take that. Take that. Take that. Take that. That shit is demoralizing. When the Carolina Panthers decide we're going to line up and smash mouth you on one possession where our quarterback doesn't even think about throwing it, and we run it all the way down the field and right into the end zone, that's when you got to take a look and start assessing yourself and saying, hey, man, what the hell we got going on over here, right now? So there was inconsistency. There were games, though, where if you couldn't run it, you weren't going to run it on us. Like the Steelers, they were horrible rushing team. Totally shut them down like we were supposed to. Not happening. The Cowboys, And Zeke had some good hits, but shut that down. But there were games like the Giants game the second time around. Alfred Morris was digging in our ass. Like, Alfie is over here turning back the clock on us. What in the hell is going on right now? So that inconsistency was problematic for me. And the back half, I just felt like we were trying to do too much with not enough talent in the back half last year. We were trying to be exotic with some of the looks, that inverted cover 2. Every time we tried that damn inverted cover 2 out there, we got exposed. We were just doing too much. And sometimes when we just lined up mano a mano, if the guy across from our corner was better, he proved it. Mike Evans flat out ran past Kendall Fuller on a third down when we had to have it late in that game. They needed it. We had the momentum, and Tom Brady threw a perfect deep ball to Mike Evans, and he ran under it. And to boot, I think they called pass interference on Kendall Fuller. It didn't matter. Mike Evans still caught the damn football. Shit happens. That guy's just better than our guy. We're hoping that now with William Jackson, your guy isn't better than our guy. Sometimes your guy will be, but Mike Evans is going to be better than Kendall Fuller 99% of the time, 95% of the time. We're hoping that that's not the case against William Jackson III. That's the hope. So we'll see. I'm right there with you. Defense is going to have to get better, but we have all of the pieces and all the requisite parts to be better. And we've got the coach. That's what I'm most excited about, is the coach that we have is the kind of guy that's going to get the most out of the talent that he's going to be presented with. So I don't worry. I just need to see it. Thank you for the super chat, DCJ. Got another one here. Thank you, Michael Braxton. Laramie Tunzel is the name of that offensive lineman for the Dolphins that was traded to the Texans that I couldn't think of. Thank you for the super chat, DCJ. Greatly appreciate you as always. Killing it tonight. Really do appreciate you, DCJ, for the support. Who writes, for me personally, I don't, and he says, and do not nor have any social media. So I do not have any social media except for YouTube football wise. Bills and Pack and Raiders and Seahawks, it's tough. He says, but we match up solid. The main issue is Bills and Packs are away games. We are okay. For me, it's not even just the fact that they're away games, because both the Bucs and the Kansas City games are home games, and you're worried about them. It's the explosive nature of their offenses. That's what worries me, is that last year, I don't know if you guys recall this, because I know a lot of you have selective memory, and that's okay. That's why I'm here, to remind you of the things that you selectively remember or choose to forget. Last year, we had a problem with big plays in our secondary. We were giving up one a game, it seemed like, for the first 9 to 10 weeks of the season. It wasn't until we got to the Cincinnati game where we started to slow down the big plays. But you could count on us giving up at least one big play a game every single week. And it didn't matter if it was a deep ball over the top or it was a catch and run and nobody was around. But we were going to give up a 50-plus yard play or a 40-some-odd yard play. We were good for one a game, at least. I can remember the Eagles getting us for one on a 3rd and 25, I think it was, against Ronald Darby, and we were all going, oh, shit, here we go with Ronald Darby giving up big plays. And they had a couple of other opportunities, and Wentz just missed in that game. The Cardinals game, I remember Andy Isabella getting behind Troy Apke, and we all went, oh, my God, Apke is so trash. And then on another one, it was just a great throw by Kyler Murray. He rolls out to his right. It's a play that breaks down, and Ronald Darby was in great position, but when the quarterback rolls out to your side and you lose eye discipline for a second, and one of their receivers got deep down the right sideline, and he threw a perfect ball. It had to be exactly where it was in order for it to be a catch, and it was perfectly thrown. But that was another deep ball. And I could go on and on and on. I mean, big play after big. The Rams game was just that was a joke. That was the worst game of the season. I don't think there was another game that was worse than that one. And I don't need to go through that exercise. The Detroit Lions game, Kendall Fuller gets beat for a touchdown. Then we try the inverted cover 2. We give up another deep ball for a touchdown. Amari Cooper got us for a touchdown on Thanksgiving. I could go down the list. We gave up a bunch of big plays. Okay. So one of my biggest issues is that every single team with one of these dynamic quarterbacks can hit you from anywhere on the field at any time because they've got dynamic receivers. The Bills have Stephon Diggs. The Chiefs have Tyreek Hill. The Packers have Devontae Adams. At any moment, DK Metcalf with the Seattle Seahawks. At any moment, you could got for 72 yards in the blink of an eye with these quarterbacks that don't miss, with these receivers that can get behind you and make big plays. So I am worried about the Buffalo Bills. I am worried about the Green Bay Packers. Not just the Buccaneers with Tom Brady and Antonio Brown and Mike Evans and Chris Godwin, who can all hurt you. I'm not just worried about the Chiefs with Tyreek Hill and all of the weapons that they present. And what's my man's name from Georgia that's gonna have a bigger role? Mecole Hardman. All these speedsters that they put on the field. I'm not just worried about them. I'm worried about all of these teams because all of these teams have players that can hurt you, and we've been hurt in the past. Until we prove that that's not our life anymore, that we don't give up big ones anymore, we keep everything in front of us, that's the issue for me. So, yeah, Buffalo's a problem for me. Road, home, doesn't matter. They can score. Doesn't matter. Yeah, Green Bay's a problem. Home, away, they can score in the blink of an eye. And we gave it up in a blink of an eye last year at times. So I hear where you're coming from, but that's where I'm coming from with mine. Thank you for the super chat, DCJ. But you're right. And I just want to say, you're right with the Raiders and some of these other teams, the Chargers. Yeah, we match up with those teams. I'm not afraid of those teams. We match up well with them. But don't disrespect the Bills and the Packers and all these teams that were in the championship game last year. You should be afraid of them. Very much so. And those are road games, like you mentioned. Red Wings 01. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, My guy, Red Wings 01 writes, off topic, but ever wonder how Brady must feel when he looks back on his career, seeing so many friends and Hall of Famers come and go in his span? You can't play for that long and not let it get to you a little. No, I think he revels at the fact that he's going to Hall of Fame ceremonies of guys that either played with him or he played against, and he's still playing. He's still creating his legacy. His legacy is not finished. Like, Peyton Manning was his chief rival in his career. He just attended his Hall of Fame speech over the weekend. Like, Brady's got to take some solace in knowing I outlasted all of these bastards. All of them came, all of them went. I'm still here, and I'm still playing at a high level and still winning Super Bowls. I don't think it gets to him. I think he loves that. I think he's able to relish in the fact that I'm still going. And not only am I still going, I'm going at a high-ass level, you know? And all of these, Calvin Johnson came and went. He's retired. He's in the Hall of Fame now. Troy Polamalu came and went. All these guys that are being enshrined that played against Brady, they all came and went after Brady was drafted and before Brady retired. They're getting into the Hall of Fame. He's still playing. That's a testament to Brady's longevity and how he's kept himself in immaculate shape and continues to push the boundaries of what is supposed to be the longevity of a career in the NFL. Like, Brady's knocking down so many different barriers. Because of Tom Brady, we now look at the age barrier differently. It used to be quarterback gets to 35 and now the time's ticking. You're looking at your watch and saying, all right, how many years does this guy truly have left? Now we're talking about all of these quarterbacks playing into their 40s. Like, we look at a guy that's 37, 38, and if he's still playing at a high level, because of Brady, we're now saying, shit, he's got 4 or 5 years left. We're looking at Aaron Rodgers, and we're talking about Rodgers, who just won an MVP. Why the hell can't Aaron Rodgers play until he's 43? Why not? If he wants to play, he's still playing at a very high level. Why not? You know, it's the reason we looked at Phillip Rivers last year and we're like, hey, Phil, if you want to keep playing, you can. And he was like, nah, I'm good. He took his team to the playoffs last year. You know, Roethlisberger, that's why he keeps waffling. Because why can't you play if you feel good? He's redefining what age means in the NFL if you keep yourself in shape and you're still playing at a high level. Now, you can't do that at every position, obviously. But he's redefining what it means to be able to play in this league and how long you can play. So I don't think that stuff gets to him. I think he is able to, you know, kind of do it with a smile on his face and say, yeah, another guy bites the dust and I'm still here. I think he wears it as a badge of honor, honestly. Thank you for the super chat. Red Wings 01. Got another one here from DCJ. Thank you for the super chat, DCJ. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, DCJ, writes, Fitz got arguably best talent around him ever. You? I do think this is probably the best supporting cast he's ever played with. I think young Fitz might have gotten a piece of that Torrey Holt, Isaac Bruce, the back end of that Greatest Show on Turf. Because, you know, that was back, 05? I think that was some Mike Martz, you know, the tail end of the Greatest Show on Turf winding down. So, excuse me. I don't know if Marshall Falk was still there. But I think he might have got some back end of the Greatest Show on Turf. But if we're talking about entire roster, defense included, yeah, this was the best chance he's had to win something meaningful. So, you know, we'll see how that goes for him. But yeah, I think if you're talking offensively, it might be debatable, you know. But if you're talking the entire roster, defense included, yeah, this is the best team he's probably been on. Thank you for that super chat, DCJ. Got another super chat. This is from DMV Pride 10. Thank you for the super chat, DMV Pride 10. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you so much for the generosity. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, DMV Pride 10 writes, Sup, Lou? Sup, DMV Pride? Gotta say, I'm finally optimistic about a roster the front office has put together. This is the most talented roster we have had since we won the Super Bowl. That reason alone gives me hope a Super Bowl is near following Ron's plan. This is a talented roster. We've had talented rosters in the past. I told you, I think this is the most talented roster we've had since 05. We were loaded. You think back to that 05 team, we were loaded with talented guys. Now, I don't think the depth on that team was as great. I do think we had depth, but I don't think it was as great as the depth we have on this roster. But I think the front line talent on that 05 roster is probably better than the talent we have here. Now, I will say that the defensive line on this group is better than the defensive line we were sporting with Phillip Daniels and, Andre Carter and those guys, and Cornelius Griffin and, some of those dudes. But as far as talent goes, you're talking Sean Taylor, you're talking LeVar Arrington, you're talking Carlos Rogers. I want to say Fred Smoot was on that 05 team still. You're talking Clinton Portis, prime Clinton Portis, Chris Cooley, prime Chris Cooley, Santana Moss, prime Santana Moss. Like, you're talking, Chris Samuels at tackle, John Jansen at the other tackle. Like, you're talking about some pretty good, damn good players. That was a really good roster. Marcus Washington was one of my favorite players on that 05 team. He used to do the and jump up in the air. Like, Marcus Washington was a beast in 05. We were loaded, man. So we had some talent. Our biggest problem was we didn't have great quarterback play, and we didn't have great receivers. We just had, one receiver essentially. So, yeah, I think this team is really talented. I've already stated that. But everything we've talked about is on paper. We have to see these guys go out and do it. So we can talk about how excited we are. We can talk about how talented this team is. But until you actually go out and do it on the field, and we have tangible evidence of you taking the talent and displaying it on the field, that's all it is on paper. Now, we've got examples of some of our roster going out and doing it on the field, and we've been able to lay our own eyes on it. But we also have guys that haven't done it in a Burgundy and Gold jersey. They've done it elsewhere, and that doesn't count for me. All that does is it gives me a framework and a reference point to which I can harken back to, so that I can start to maybe take what they've done in the past and start to predict future outcomes. But they still haven't done it here. If you use that example, Antoine Randall was this dynamic punt returner when we got him from Pittsburgh. He was terrible when we got him here in Washington. And again, that's one example. But what I'm saying is, guys have to come and do it here. Adam Humphries was tremendous in Tampa Bay. Tennessee Titans fans will tell you he wasn't shit for us. So he's got to prove it here. He's talented. I know what he's capable of. He's got to do it here, though. William Jackson III was outstanding for the Cincinnati Bengals, but he was also hurt sometimes. I need him to stay healthy, and I need him to do it here. We know what Gibby's capable of. We saw flashes last year. We know what Terry McLaurin is. We've seen him do it for 3 years now. We know what Terry's about, okay? We know what Logan Thomas is. He proved himself last year. We got no more doubts. He quelled any speculation and any doubt that you may have had. He put that to bed last year. So we know what some of our stuff is capable of. But as a group, collectively, we got to see. So I'm with you. Really talented roster. I'm really excited. You can hear the excitement in my voice. I love the direction that this organization is going in. I love the roster building. I love everything that they're doing. All of that doesn't mean jack squat until we start putting all of that into action on the field and we start to be able to say, all right, these guys are legit. We got something here. So I'm excited, just like you are, though, to see it unfold. And I'm confident that they got it right and that these guys can play ball. But it all starts tomorrow. It all starts tomorrow. And Bart Scott can't wait. Thank you for the super chat, DMV Pride 10. T-Ho, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, T-Ho. Thank you for tripling up. My guy T-Ho writes, has Fitz suffered any injuries or minor setbacks over the years since he got drafted for the past 17 years? So he's had some concussions because he plays balls to the wall. So he's taken some massive hits. He's had a few injuries, nothing major, no torn ACL or torn labrum or anything like that crazy. But he's had some bumps and bruises in his career. He's taken some lumps. He's had to leave games due to concussions and things of that nature. So that's something to look out for. Because like I said, this guy plays balls to the wall. You're going to love his energy. It's infectious. This guy will run around. You won't be able to tell he's 38 because he'll take off and run with it in a heartbeat. He's not afraid. And he'll dive head first. Like, he's not scared. One thing he does is he plays the game to win. He only knows one speed. I told you, he's like Russell Westbrook. That's why people love him. Everywhere he goes, he's adored because he plays the game at maximum level all the time. That's all he knows how to do, is play the game as hard as he possibly can. He leaves it out all on the field every single week. And you're going to love that about him. That said, that can lead to injuries. And so I don't think he's had anything major, but he has had some concussions. I do know that there are a couple at least on his account. And a lot of times when he's pulled from games, it's either due to one or two things: performance, or we got another guy, we got a young guy that we want to take a look at. This isn't about you as much as it is. You knew what this was. You're a placeholder. But we got this young boy behind you that we want to see what he's all about. So that's usually been his life, is wherever he's been, he's supposed to be the stopgap. Hold it down until the young fella is ready to go in there and take over. And once that young fella is ready, all right, we're going to have to take the reins from you, whether you're playing well or not. We saw that with Tua last year. He was playing well. They had won, I think, 3 or 4 games in a row. They were back to 500. Matter of fact, it was 3 in a row. They were back to 500 at 3-3. And Fitz got benched at the bye week. He wasn't happy about it. He thought it was his team. They were playing really well. But they had a young guy ready that they wanted to see. And that's been his life. So I don't think there are any really major injuries. But again, there's some bumps and bruises there along the way. But the reason he hasn't played in 16 games for the most part is really due to, nicks and bruises, but more so, hey, we got a quarterback already. In Tampa, they had Jameis Winston. In Miami, they had Tua. In Miami, they had Josh Rosen. They wanted to see what he could do too before it was Tua. And in New York with the Jets, they had Geno Smith, even though he was ass. I mean, there's always another guy, always. So I think that because there isn't that guy here, he feels a little bit more security. There isn't a guy looking over his shoulder. He's not going to be benched 8 weeks through the season because they got a young quarterback that they want to see. They don't have to worry. He doesn't have to worry about that this year. Probably for the first time in the last, I don't think he's had to worry. I don't think he's been in a situation where he hasn't had to worry about that since the Jets. Really, the Jets, it was his team. In 15, it was his team. In 16, it was his team. He just didn't play well. Because I think they had a guy in Tennessee. I think they had a guy in Cincinnati. And I think he had a chance in Buffalo, too. So, yeah. Thank you for the super chat, T-Ho. Got a super chat here from DCJ. Thank you for the super chat, DCJ. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, DCJ, writes, I remember all those, but my opinion, Kyler destroyed us the most, especially with his small size, but great talent. And Lamar and Russ, a lot of other L's felt like lack of effort more than talent and bad QB play. I thought Kyler lit us up, but I thought we did some good things against Kyler too. We picked Kyler off early in that game. The offense pissed that away. I thought that Kyler was a little shook. We hit him once or twice. And that tightened his ass up. So he was looking to get out of bounds. He was looking to throw the football away. When he had his opportunities, he ran with it and he made some plays. But I thought the worst defensive game of the season was the Rams. To me, it wasn't close. Guys were running free. There were busts all over the field. We were non-competitive essentially for 3 quarters of that football game. I thought we were competitive in the first quarter of that game. Kyle Allen got hurt in the second quarter, and the shit fell apart. And there were defensive busts after defensive busts. Nobody's around Gerald Everett for like a 35-yard gain. Nobody is within 10 yards of what's the ex-Buffalo Bills receiver from USC? Robert Woods. Nobody's within 10 yards of Robert Woods when he catches the deep ball for the touchdown. And he's not even a deep ball threat. That's how wide open he was. Cam Akers had like a 50, I'm going to exaggerate. It was like a 35-yard run. If Montez Sweat doesn't hawk him down, it's probably a 55-yard touchdown run. Instead, it was like a 35-yard run. We were just abysmal in that game, man. That was the worst game for me. Kyler ate us up, but I felt like we had our fair share of good plays against Kyler. The Rams game was the worst for me. I never felt like there was a lack of effort in any game. I just thought teams were better than us. Like the Ravens, that felt ho-humish, but they were better than us. Just flat out, they were better than us. Felt like they sleptwalked through the rest of that game because they knew we couldn't beat them. It's like I felt like they took their foot off the gas pedal because we weren't a threat to them. Seattle, they were up 20-0 against us after the 50-yard Carlos Hyde run. And then we kind of hunkered down on them. Like, I didn't feel like that was a lack of effort. They just jumped out in front of us and we tried to battle back, but we just didn't have enough. Morgan Moses got hurt at the end of that game, if you remember, and we just didn't have enough to get to the finish line. So, Kyler had a good game against us, but I still think the Rams game is our worst defensive performance of the season. So, thank you for the super chat, DCJ. Got a super chat here from DCJ. Again, thank you for the super chat, DCJ. Really do appreciate you. My guy, DCJ, killing it tonight, writes, debating wins against Dallas. Where do you stack the Monday night steal with Moss, so the Monday night miracle, or the RG3 sweep, or last year's sweep? The Monday night football steal holds my heart, but 11-12, sheesh. Nothing tops the Monday night miracle. We were dead in the water that year in that particular game. And if you remember that season, we swept the Cowboys as well. We clinched the playoff berth with just a total ass thrashing of the Cowboys. I want to say it was like 31-7. I think Chris Cooley went ape shit on them in that game for like 3 touchdowns. That was so much fun. I think Drew Bledsoe was their quarterback in that game. I just remember pounding them in that game and dancing. My dad is watching it, and he is just silent. And I'm dancing, and I'm singing Hail to the Redskins, and we are just pouring this shit on. And it felt so good to clinch a playoff berth against Dallas and to do it in that manner. Man, was that fun. The Monday Night Miracle will always be number one for me, unless something comes along and tops it. But we were dead in the water for 56 minutes of that game. Like, literally, my dad had a couple of cold ones that night, and he was giving me work. I mean, I'm just sitting there, and I can't say a damn thing because if you recall, we hadn't scored a touchdown that season to start. I think we beat the Bears 9-7 the first game. So we hadn't scored a touchdown yet. We were abysmal offensively to that point. And to have us do what we did in the final 4 minutes of that game. So I'm thinking, no. That's right. Was that 04? Monday Night Miracle might have been 04. No, it was 05. Yeah, because the Bears game, the 2004 season was Clint Portis's first game, and that was against the Bucs, and he had the touchdown run. The 2005 season started with the Bears, and we beat them 9-7. It wasn't pretty, but it was gritty. It was a dub, and we hadn't scored a touchdown yet. And we didn't score a touchdown the first 3 3/4 quarters against Dallas. And so I'm just sitting there like, what am I going to say? And he's giving it to us. I mean, he's giving it to me. My dad is. And then you get the one bomb. You're still down, 13-7. And I'm not excited, but I'm like, well, shit, we finally scored a touchdown this season. That's what I was thinking. Because we still needed another touchdown. And being that we, if the Cowboys get 2 first downs, the game's over. Or if we have to score another touchdown. It took us this long into the season to score 1 touchdown. You think we're going to score another touchdown? So I wasn't all excited. I was like, at least we scored a touchdown. We didn't just shut us out. That was my takeaway there. And then you get the stop to get the football back. And then you get the second bomb right over Roy Williams, who crashes into the corner over there. And Tanaman gets it and struts into the end zone and does the point to the back of the jersey. And the Chief is back there in the end zone. And what a lot of people forget is Cowboys still had plenty of time to go down and win the game. All they needed was a field goal. And Sean Taylor destroys Patrick Creighton on, I want to say it was 3rd down. It might have been 4th down. Knocks the ball free. And we secure the victory. And I just remember us celebrating like we just won the NFC Championship and we're going to the Super Bowl. We threw Gatorade on Joe, and I remember Portis and all those guys running on the field. And, man, I talked so much shit to my dad. He went upstairs abruptly, and I let him have it every step of the way. He went upstairs. Next day, it's like the game just ended. I picked right up where I left off. Good times. Really good times. But that Thanksgiving win in 2012, that was sweet. That was some sweet action, man. To jump out on top of them the way that we did and then have to hold on, I'm going to tell you, I was sweating. I was sweating in my boots. After a first half, I think we were up 28-3 at one point. And then to watch that thing dwindle down to like 28-24 or something along those lines, your boy was nervous. All the shit I was talking, I was doing laps in the first half around Boss. So to now have the tables turn and to have him starting to, and it's Thanksgiving, so he's had a couple cold ones. To have him get riled up now and tell him, hey, yeah, we coming for your ass and all of that. To put him away, that felt good. And then obviously the season finale, week 17, Rob Jackson interception to seal it. Alfred Morris goes for 2 bills to cap off the sweep of them in 2012. That goes down as a big one. You're making me pick. Last year's sweep doesn't even come close. They were decimated by injuries. They stunk. I'm glad we beat them, but I don't take any solace in doing what we were supposed to do. We got Ben DiNucci at quarterback in the first game after taking Redhead out. And then, he came back for the second game, but the Cowboys stunk last year. So we were supposed to do that to them. 12 felt good. That was legit. That was Romo both times. 05 felt good. That was Drew Bledsoe both times. And it was so dramatic. I'm pulling hairs. Individually, 05 is my favorite Monday Night Miracle. As a collective group, 2012 is, to me, the best. You get the Thanksgiving win. That was huge. And then you get the week 17 capper to clinch at FedEx. That was awesome. So I'd have to go with that. Thank you for the super chat. DCJ. Condo P, thank you for doubling up. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, Condo P. Greatly appreciate you. My girl Condo P writes, most talent Fitz has had, but is he talented enough to take us back to the playoffs? Great question. So the real question is, are we as talented as we think? And if so, does Fitz put a bottleneck on our talent? So for those of you unaware of what bottlenecking is when you have something that is capable of achieving a lot more, but it is capped off by something that limits its potential. I'll give you an example. You may have a cell phone hard drive or a computer hard drive that is capable of doing great things, working at high rates of speed. Your computer may be a magnificent machine capable of working at high rates of speed, not known to most human beings. But if your internet capability is trash, doesn't matter how powerful your computer is, you can't compete with the lack of internet strength. So your internet lack of capability bottlenecks your computer's full true capacity and power. Is Ryan Fitzpatrick potentially bottlenecking this offense? We'll see. I'm going to give him every opportunity to prove me wrong. I don't think he's going to be able to do much more than make this team average at best, because that's what he's really been throughout his career. So that's what I'm going into the season thinking in the back of my mind. I'm not going to continue to promote that. I've said my piece. When we first signed him, I spent 2 weeks bitching and complaining about Ryan Fitzpatrick. And then I told you, I'm going to move on because he's here and he's a part of the family. So now he's one of us. I've got to embrace him and hope for the best. Even though in the back of my mind, I'm like, I don't think we're going to get the best. I'm still hoping for it. I'm looking for it. I'm wishing for it. That's the best I can do. I don't expect it, however. However, in that same breath, I look at the talent And I think it's much improved. But again, got to see it. I know De'Ami Brown is talented. I need to see it on the field. I know Curtis Samuel has talent. I need to see it in a burgundy and gold uniform. For all we know, he could be the second coming of Paul Richardson and be hurt all the damn time here in Washington. Who's to say? So I'm hoping that he's not going to bottleneck this offense and that all this talent that we think we have, he's going to take it and help cultivate it and allow it to grow and maximize the talent that we have on this roster offensively. And I think he's going to have a chance to do that. I can tell you this, it'll be better than last year. I know it's not saying much because we were abysmal offensively last year, but it'll be better than last year. And as a fan, I can take solace in knowing that. Even if it doesn't lead to many more wins than what we had a season ago. Thank you for the super chat, Condo P. DCJ, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, DCJ, writes, agreed. Golf touchdown. He said run and touchdown. Shaking my head, laughing my ass off. And broken Alex. I had forgotten all about the golf. The golf touchdown run with John Bostic watching him do it. And John's strifing and strifing. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? And Jared Goff's like running and looking at him like, I think I'm going to go in the end zone if you're cool with that. And Bostic's like, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? All right, yeah, go ahead and run the touchdown. And Goff's like, cool, I'm going to just go ahead and take this touchdown, man. Thanks. So, yeah, the Rams game was all bad, man. All bad. I don't have too many good things to say. And, of course, Alex had to get in there, and that was just abuse watching him have, Aaron Donald on his back for a piggyback ride in the rain. Oh, that was one of the worst offensive performances these eyes have ever seen. And I've seen some really putrid offensive performances. I don't know if it gets much worse than that one there. Thank you for the super chat, DCJ. Let's see. Got a super chat here from Red Wings 01. Thank you for the super chat, Red Wings 01. Greatly appreciate you, my guy, Red Wings 01. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Writes, top 5 Washington receivers all time. Not necessarily greatest because Art Monk is obviously numero uno, but your personal favorites. Personal favorite receivers. So I love Tanneman, Gary Clark. I love that whole group. So Ricky Sanders, Gary Clark, Art Monk, Tanneman. Trying to make sure I don't miss anybody. You had Westbrook for a stretch. You had Albert Connell for a stretch. They had the season in 2000 or 99 where they both went over 1,000 yards. Neither of them obviously make my list. It's been rough, man. We haven't had a lot of great ones. Ouch. In the glory years, it was really those 3 guys that carried us for so long. And after they left, we went through a spell where we really didn't have much. I guess I didn't watch Charlie Taylor play. He's a hell of a football player and a Hall of Famer, obviously. But I didn't watch him, so I can't put him on my list. I didn't watch him play. I didn't see him at all. I mean, even me being as young as I am in terms of the glory years, I went back and watched those games. I watched some of those games as a kid. I remember them vividly. And then I went back and watched a lot of those games. So I'm very familiar with, Ricky Sanders, Gary Clark, and Art Monk. I have no recollection of Charlie Taylor. So I guess I'd have to say Terry would make that list for me. As sad as that is, because I loved Pierre, but for me, Pierre had his ways. Pierre was selfish, and Pierre, while I think some of his best years were in Washington, and he played more years in Washington than anywhere else, I believe. I still don't consider him a true Redskin. Neither Deshaun Jackson. So I think Santana Moss, Terry McLaurin, as bad as that sounds, because he's only in year 3, going into year 3. And the 3, receivers, Gary Clark, Art Monk, and Ricky Sanders. So, wow. I'm trying to think of one receiver that was of note from like 93 to 98, other than Michael Westbrook. I can't. And we had like a bunch of old guys. Like Irvin Fryer was here for a cup of tea towards the end of his career. I'm just thinking about some of the guys that came through here, because I'm going through the numbers in my mind. Maybe Henry Ellard, I guess. I liked Henry Ellard, but I felt like as a kid, I got back end of his career Henry Ellard. Like I didn't get Rams Henry Ellard. I got back into the career Henry Ellard. So I think it's the 5 I told you already. We had a bunch of veterans. After those 3 left, we didn't have any, homegrown product at the receiver position. Ouch. I mean, it just goes to show you how inept of an organization we were when free agency hit. Everything kind of got scrambled when free agency hit for us. And Charlie Casserly was the GM, and Gibbs left. Shit went south, man. Casserly had a lot of bad picks. He really did. Anyway, I digress. Thank you for the super chat, Red Wings 01. DCJ, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy DCJ writes, so he says that Rams game was awful, but none worse than Heath. Who's Heath? You got me on that one. You got to help me with that. Heath, who's that? None worse than Heath. I don't know what game you're talking about. So you got to help me with that one, DCJ. Got another super chat. This one is from DCJ. Thank you for the super chat, DCJ. Greatly appreciate you. DCJ writes, Westbrook, the rest is dead till Moss and now Terry. Yeah, that's what I said. I mean, we literally had a bunch of veterans come through and play for us, but none of it was homegrown. They whiffed on. I told you, Charlie Casserly, for as much as people try to build him up in this organization, he was terrible. He drafted Heath Schuler. He drafted Desmond Howard. He drafted the offensive tackle that didn't even play a snap for us. I can't even remember his damn name. He drafted a lot of bums. And, you know, people give him a pass because he was here, you know, when we won one of the Super Bowls. But I'm like, yo, Charlie Casserly was ass for real when you think about it. Even Westbrook was a little bit of a whiff. And, you know, Rod Gardner, and I get it. We understand Rod Gardner was into the 2000s. I think he was in the 2001 draft. It was Gardner, the true 50-50. But these receivers stunk, man. We didn't draft anybody of note. Even our free agent acquisitions came to Washington and weren't very good. You know, the David Pattons of the world and their Antoine Randall Ells. We whiffed there too. It was really Santana Moss, and that was it. You know, and then until we got to Pierre and Deshaun and those guys, we really didn't have a lot of success with receivers. So, yeah, it's Lavernius Coles. Arthur T says Lavernius Coles. He was all right, you know, but again, he didn't want to be here. But he was solid, but it was so brief. He was like a shooting star. Here today, gone the next. And I'm so glad we got the tandem man for him. So, yeah, there was Lavernius Coles in there too. Heath Schuler. Okay, that's who you were talking about, DCJ. Heath Schuler. Yeah, like I said, and I threw that in there when I talked about Charlie Casserly. He wasn't good. I don't think he was good as a GM, honestly. Anyway. Ovadar the Obtuse. Thank you for the super chat. Ovadar the Obtuse. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Lou, do the upcoming D-line contracts worry you? To a certain degree, sure. But I told you, because we don't have a quarterback that we have to pay an inordinate amount of money to on the roster, I'm not as worried about them. We can pay everybody on the defensive line. The only way we won't be able to pay all of the guys on the defensive line is if we get an Aaron Rodgers next year and he's making $35-40 million, you know, a year. That's gonna be right in the time frame where we have to pay Montez Sweat and Chase Young. Whereas if we draft a young quarterback, by the time we get to his fourth year where you're looking to tear up the rookie deal or add years to it with an extension, we would already have paid Montez Sweat and Chase Young, and their money, you can play around with it now and be in a position to where you can take on a quarterback's contract. But because we don't have that quarterback that we have to pay, you can allocate that money to another guy on the defensive line. Is it smart to do that? No, it's not. But we're currently in a position to be able to do that. So I'm not concerned as much, but I do understand that there is a possibility that we could get aggressive and land Aaron Rodgers. You know, land a quarterback that we didn't know was going to be available, because we didn't know Rodgers or Stafford or Watson were going to be available this offseason. So next offseason, Matt Ryan could be available, which I don't think he will, because I still think his contract isn't one that is advantageous for the Falcons to trade. I still don't think it's a contract that is favorable for them to get from under. But you just don't know what veteran quarterbacks are going to be available, and we may go after, you know. So, and what you'll have to pay that guy if you do get him on the roster. But as of right now, we're sitting in a very pretty situation from a contract standpoint, because we got a lot of money available to pay a lot of guys. But keep in mind, you got to pay Terry, you got to pay Cole Holcomb. If you're serious about keeping the nucleus of this team together, you're going to have to shell out some dough. But I think at the end of the day, there'll be enough to go around. there could be one guy on that defensive line that doesn't get paid. But I think they're going to try to keep both of the defensive ends if they can. They probably won't be able to, just being realistic. But right now, I'm not concerned. I told you, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. We're a ways away from even having to have that conversation. So I'm not too worried. We're only going into year 3 of Sweat. We've got 3 years left of him. Pick up the 5th-year option, and then we've still got 4 years of Chase Young, and you pick up the 5th-year option on him. So we'll cross those bridges. I think a huge decision will be on Daron Payne, and we'll have to make that decision next year. Because obviously they're going to pick up the 5th-year option on Daron Payne, and then you have to decide if you want to pay him or not. They picked up the 5th-year option on John Allen, and then they paid him. You pick up the 5th-year option on Daron Payne, and then you have to pay him. If they don't pay him, then that means they're looking to keep both of the defensive ends. You pay Daron Payne, and you may get into a situation where you can't keep both defensive ends. So right now, I'm not worried. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Let's look at this list. It's not a super chat, but I want to look at this list real quick from Condo P. Reshae Caldwell, rest in peace, as she wrote. Trash. Keenan McCardell, back end of his career. I told you we had no luck with veterans. Devin Thomas, whiff. Randall L., trash when he got here. David Patton, already brought him up. Not good for us. Marco Mitchell, we didn't draft him. He was undrafted. I think he was a 7th-round pick out of Nevada. I don't really count him. Malcolm Kelly, whiffed in the 2nd round. Leonard Hankerson, man, I wanted Hank to be good. Whiffed on him. Doxson, trash. Brandon Lloyd, waste of money and draft picks. I think we traded for him as well. Paid him a bunch of money. Anthony Armstrong was undrafted. He was actually good. He exceeded expectations for us. So did the other speedster that was here with Robert Griffin III in 2012. I can't remember his name, but he would always dance. Number 11, Aldrick Robinson. That was his name. He exceeded expectations for us as well. He was a really good deep ball threat for Washington. But yeah, it was a lot of bad. Taylor, she didn't even mention Taylor Jacobs. I mentioned Taylor Jacobs already. We had a lot of whiffs, man, at receiver. It's been bad. Really bad. So got another super chat. Really do appreciate my guy CPJ, man. I can't thank you enough. Really, really do appreciate you, CPJ. Thank you so much for the super chat. I think this is like your 3rd or 4th of the night already, and to bless me with that offering, man, I can't begin to thank you enough for that, man. So thank you for the super chat, CPJ. Really do appreciate you. Who writes, just showing love. Man, the feeling is mutual, man. Really do appreciate you. It's reciprocal. Thank you so much for the super chat and the continued support and contribution to the Louie T Network, man. Thank you so much, CPJ. Really do, truly appreciate you. Thank you for that again, CPJ. Really do appreciate that, man. DCJ, thank you for the super chat. You've been killing it tonight as well. Really do appreciate you, DCJ. Thank you for everything. Who writes, Heath Schuler and Gus years, those are the worst years. For me, it was the Heath Schuler years, without a doubt. The Gus had some moments, but you remember, we had, a lot of y'all forgot, we had Rich Gannon, we had Heath Schuler, we had Trent Green, we had, I think I'm missing one more quarterback. Oh man, he played. I don't know. I might be confusing him. He played for the Chargers. I want to say he was their quarterback when Stan Humphries. We had Stan Humphries. I think he was a little bit further back though. We had a lot of bad quarterbacks, man, and the ones that were good, they weren't at their best until they left Washington, like Rich Gannon and Trent Green in particular. Gus Frerotte probably played his best football elsewhere, like Minnesota or somewhere. But we had all those dudes, and we just couldn't figure it out, man. Like Terry Allen was really good for us, you know. Terry Allen had a stretch there from like 93 to like 96 where he was effing amazing, like probably our best player on the offense. I remember 94, Terry Allen was like all we had on offense. And Ken Harvey was like the same thing on defense. All we had on defense was like Ken Harvey and Darryl Green. And that was it. It was bad. Every year, it was the same shit. 4-12, 3-13, or 5-11. We were awful. Every week, I would cry my eyeballs out because we would lose again. And my dad said, "You don't get tired of crying, man. Y'all stink." He literally said that to me. And that's when I said, you know what? You're right. I don't know why I cry over this shit because we're going to lose every week. Mark Boutte. We were Boutte. I mean, literally, we were awful. Yikes. Anyway, I digress. Thank you for the super chat, DCJ. Gunny Man, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Gunny Man writes, Andre Johnson. Yes. Is it Andre Johnson? I think it is Andre Johnson. I knew it's Andre. I think it is Andre Johnson. I always confuse him with Trey Johnson. Because we had a Trey Johnson too. He was a big son of a bitch. Boy, was he big and strong. I think it was. I don't know if it was Johnson. It's Andre something. Might be Johnson. I know it was Andre something. Yeah. You know, when I sit down and I think, I'm like, he wasn't very good as a GM. You know, Charlie Casserly. But whatever. Thank you for the super chat, Gunny Man. DCJ, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, DCJ, continues to represent. Writes, Coles took that Ray hit on Monday Night Football and checked out. Was it Monday night or Sunday night? It was one of them big stage games. I think it was Monday night. Yeah, he got plastered over the middle. Yeah, like I said, we were bad in those days. The quarterback, whomever the quarterback was at that time, got him lit up too. A little shallow cross over the middle of the field. Ray was waiting on him, and boy, did he unload on him. I don't even know. That might have been you can't hurt me. I'm a machine, jerk. That might have been that game. He was talking all kinds of garbage against us that night. Yeah, it was bad. Let's see. Do we have any more super chats? DCJ also writes, thank you for this super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy DCJ writes, the hothead Jeff George. We all remember Jeff George. That was the beginning of the end of anything we were building with that 99 team with Norv Turner and all those guys. Brad Johnson. That was Albert Connell, Brad Johnson, Albert Connell, Michael Westbrook, Brad Johnson. I want to say Jamie Asher was our tight end. Larry Sinners was amazing. He was an amazing free agent acquisition. That was on offense. And I think we might have even had Steven Alexander as a backup. Like, we were loaded at tight end then. I think it was Jamie Asher and Steven Alexander at tight end, I think. And we had and B. Mitch on offense as well. And we had on defense Champ Bailey. We had LeVar Arrington. I think we already had LeVar, if I'm not mistaken. Was he on that 99 team? I think LeVar, I think that was LeVar's rookie season. 99 was. Might have been 2000. Who else was on that team? Was Sam Shade on that team in 99? I think Sam Shade might have been on that team. Man, I'm going down memory lane with some of these names. Trying to think of who was on the defensive line. I think Kalu was on that defensive line, I think. Man. Trying to think of who we had at linebacker. We had a white dude that was good. I just can't think of his name. I want to say it was Johnson. Oh man. Obviously, we had Stephen Davis on that team too. That was his best season in Washington. Yeah, I can't think of too many defenders on that defense though. Anyway, I digress. Jeff George was terrible. We knew it when we got him. That was a Dan Snyder signing, and it didn't go well. Gunny Man, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Gunny Man, writes, we had Chris Clemens. He was a linebacker. I don't know if he was on that 99 team or not. He might have been on that 99 team. I used to always confuse Chris Clemens with Lamar Marshall. They were kind of like one and the same type of players. Anyway. Kenneth Melton. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, Kenneth Melton, who writes, McCardell was drafted by the Redskins in 91. I remember that. I remember him being on the roster. I don't remember him being a draft pick, but I remember him being on the roster early in his career. And I remember them talking about it when he came back to Washington. And he ended up in Jacksonville. And that's where he played his best football. And I remember him talking about learning a lot from the guys that were here in Washington when he was here the first time. So I think that's when the draft was still 12 rounds or whatever. So he probably was a later round draft pick. But yeah, he was here early in his career for sure. Thank you for the super chat, Gunny Man. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Gunny Man, writes, damn auto spell Chris Clemens. I knew who you meant. I didn't know how you got to Christmas, but I was like, maybe his first name was really Christmas. And then he's just shortened it to Chris. I'm like, I'm not calling him Christmas. It's Chris Clemens. But I knew who you meant. Yeah. Anyway, I digress. Carlton Pagano Jackson, my guy CPJ. Again, thank you for the super chat and all of the support tonight. You and DCJ absolutely killing it. CPJ writes, we were horrible back then. I just laugh at every game we lost to cope, laughing my ass off. I had to start doing that as I got older. When I was young, I was fragile-minded, man. I cried over every loss. And then I told you, it all clicked for me when my dad was like, you gonna keep crying, man? You still crying? Y'all lose every damn week. You gonna cry every week? And that's when it hit me. He's right. We suck. Oh, no. We suck again. Why are you crying, bro? You guys are trash. You're going to lose again. So then I started laughing. Then we became like football follies. Some of the shit we would do and the ways we would lose games, it became comical. So, yeah, I would just have to laugh to stop myself from crying. It became that bad for sure. Thank you for that super chat, Carlton Bacano Jackson. Got another super chat. This one is from Joe Rockhead J. Thank you for the super chat, Joe Rockhead J. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Joe Rockhead J, writes, the homie Joshua Morgan never got fully healthy, or healthy enough, excuse me. He had talent, but like you said, he was never really healthy. And then when he was healthy, he was only solid. He was never great. I always remember him for that stupid ass penalty in 2012 he got late in the game, taunting the Rams, that cost us an opportunity for a game-winning field goal. I never forgave him for that shit. Stupid ass penalty late in the game. We're driving. We're right there on the fringe of field goal range, and we're going to trot the kicker out for what is going to be a long ass field goal, but at least it's a shot. We're indoors. We'll have a chance. He picks up a dumbass taunting penalty, backs us out of field goal range. We end up kicking like a 58-yarder that obviously missed, and we lost the game. Wanted to smack the hell out of him. So, Joshua Morgan had some game, though, but that's what I always remember him for, unfortunately. Got another super chat here from Abdar the Obtuse. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Abdar the Obtuse. Greatly appreciate you, who writes, free agent failure, Stubblefield and Wilkinson. We whiffed. I told you Charlie Casserly was not very good. And those were that's also charged to his account. I will say he got over on guys via the draft, though. He traded Sean Gilbert, if you remember. Sean Gilbert, was one of those guys using religion, talking about God told him to do this and do that. And we fleeced the Rams for Sean Gilbert, one of our most talented players on the roster at the time. And we fleeced the Rams in a deal. And that's what kind of helped turn the tide and help us build the roster up, is trading Sean Gilbert. That was the beginning of us starting to try to build it up the right way. And then obviously the Ricky Williams trade in '99 was also on the Charlie Casserly account. And that was a hell of a fleecing of the Saints and Mike Ditka. And that's what helped build the foundation of getting all the players that we ultimately got, So for all the grief I give Charlie Casserly, he also did pull off some big time trades. And don't want to take that away from him either. But yes, Stubblefield and Wilkinson were two big failures on the part of the Redskins in free agency back then. And we just weren't good. We weren't a well-run organization. We struggled with free agency and we struggled with the draft. And that's what kept us so bad for so long, man. Anyway, DCJ, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, DCJ writes, Ken Harvey, LeVar, Champ, Prime, DG, Taylor. Are those your favorite players? Or because they weren't all, those guys were not all on the same teams together. That's for sure. So are those your favorite players? Those are guys you really liked? Red Wings 01. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Red Wings 01 writes, kind of crazy to think we had a cornerback room composed of Darrell Green, Deion Sanders, and Champ Bailey at one point. And yes, 99 was Arrington's rookie year. I thought it was his rookie year. That's when we started to draft better. You know, when we were able to get LeVar and then Chris Samuels and Champ Bailey and John Jansen, and we started to turn the tide and start to draft players that were going to form the nucleus of what would be some solid football teams moving forward. Obviously, Champ Bailey had his differences with the organization, and we ultimately traded him. But yeah, it's crazy to think that Champ Bailey, Deion Sanders, and Darrell Green were all on this football team in 2000. Crazy. As crazy as that sounds. Now, obviously, that wasn't prime, but he was still good. That wasn't prime Darrell Green, but he was still good. And that was good Champ. He wasn't in his prime yet, but he was showing everybody that he was going to become a Hall of Fame corner for sure. So that was definitely interesting, to say the least. Gunny Man, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Gunny Man, writes, point is, we didn't use and cut Clemens. Then he goes to Seattle and kills it. Yeah. We did that with a lot of players. I mean, Trent Green was in Washington. Stan Humphries was in Washington. He ended up being a really quality quarterback. Talked about Rich Gannon, who turned out to be a really good NFL quarterback. All those guys were in Washington, you know, at one time or another. I remember David Akers was in Washington before he went to Philadelphia and had a hell of a career. We cut him in Washington. Like, there were so many guys that came through Washington at some point. We had a chance. We didn't see the talent. We let the guy go. He goes somewhere else, and he ends up being really good. But again, we weren't a good, well-run organization in those days. So it is what it is. Thank you for the super chat, Gunny Man. Dijon Bell, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Dijon Bell writes, should we put our hope back in Landon as nation? I don't know if you're just saying, should we put our faith back in Landon as, you know, a really good safety? Yeah, you should. I think Landon is poised for a breakout season. I really do. Well, not breakout. Wrong term. I think he's poised for a bounce back season. You know, you could argue he might be in a discussion for comeback player of the year. He won't win it if guys like Dak Prescott and Christian McCaffrey and all the guys, you know, Nick Bosa, if all those guys play, there were so many high-profile NFL stars that got injured last year. If those guys come back and play, one of those guys is going to win comeback player of the year. But he'll have the type of season that I think will warrant him being at least in the discussion and having his name mentioned. I think that of him, but we'll see. Got a super chat here from AfroCat2136. Thank you for the super chat, AfroCat2136. Greatly appreciate you. AfroCat2136 writes, always look forward to the content, brother. Keep grinding. This energy is unreal for preseason week 1. It is. I'm not going to lie to you. At times, I feel embarrassed as to how excited I am. Almost like dude, what are you doing? What do you know better than this? But I can't help it. That's how good I feel about the direction. And I told you that 4-letter word is dangerous. And I think it's really dangerous if in the wrong hands. It's not in the wrong hands right now. Ron has our 100% undivided attention and trust. And that's why I think hope is not at an all-time high, because it'll never be higher than what it was with Gibbs. But it's the highest it's been since Shanahan after the 2012 season. I think we all thought Shanahan was going to restore the glory here in Washington, and then shit fell apart. So, yeah, it feels really good right now, for sure. Got a super chat here from DCJ. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, DCJ, who writes, correction, Ken retired 98 champ was a rook in 2000. I knew Ken didn't overlap. That's why I said those guys didn't play together. Ken Harvey wasn't on a playoff team in Washington. Not one single team made the postseason with Ken Harvey on it. I vividly remember that. Best player on the team for a slew of years, and we sucked almost every year. There was that one year, I want to say it was 96, where we started off the season like 7-1 and then finished the season like 8-8. That was the one year we had with Ken Harvey that had a shot. So, yeah. Thank you for that super chat, DCJ. So that's going to do it for me. That's the last super chat. I didn't realize it was almost 1 a.m. in the morning, which means we've exceeded 4 hours on this stream. Wow. But again, time flies when you're having fun. And these streams are always a ton of fun. And I love chopping it up with you guys. And so we'll do it again tomorrow. And we'll be talking about Burgundy, or today, I should say. It's past midnight on the East Coast. We'll do it again today. We will talk Burgundy N Gold. And I look forward to our first preseason game being in the books, and talking about the excitement of watching them run around, and hopefully we'll have a lot of takeaways from the first action of the 2021 Washington football team. So with that said, I am a Washington fan, etched in Burgundy and gold. My Washington spirit will never die. Washington spirit will never fold. Until we meet again, hail to the Washington football team. We will do this again tomorrow, Washington football overtime, and we will have our drawing for the 2 tickets to the week 2 preseason game versus the Cincinnati Bengals as well. So make sure you join me for that tomorrow as well. With that said, I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. I am a Washington fan, etched in Burgundy and gold. My Washington spirit will never die. Washington spirit will never fold. Until we meet again, hail to our beloved Washington football team. I will see you guys tomorrow. Get off the bench, get in the game, and kick it with me, your man, Louie T. Until next time, you guys, do me a huge solid. Subscribe to the Louie T Network for more great content. Turn on your notification bell so you don't miss a thing. And hit that like button if you haven't already done so. And cop you some merch on the way out. I'll see you guys next time. Have a good one.